#1 goal. Improving MMR as a caster. Hello, content creator. Hello, VOD viewers. What's up? There's no point in adding in this timestamp feature if I never remember to use it. I'm at like 30% use rate. Okay, anyways, Pugna Guide came out the other day. Next video, working on I don't want to do another tier list because there's only so many times I can be like, well, despite the changes, Warlock and Witch Doctor are still at the top. So I'm working on like a top 5 thing where we'll do a different format. We'll talk about the pro scene. I'll give pub recommendations, and I'll just flash the tier list that I'm currently working on. I don't think these will ever be their own video, but I'll just flash them for the people that are interested. That's my plan for the VOD viewers in the future. Let me see if anyone's posted something in the Discord. Today is replay analyses. We should be in that tab, actually. Today is replay analyses. We can possibly start with something in the Discord if someone has put one in recently. Otherwise, if someone gets here first, maybe we do that. Hey, Leon. How am I? I'm good. I'm a little tired today. I feel like I said that in many of my streams, but I woke up at 6:30, and I just couldn't go back to sleep, so I just got up early. And in my head, I had time. I worked on some stuff. Like, I was prepping some of the tier list stuff for a future video. And then I was like, oh, I'm up early, so I'm going to cook early. We'll start the stream early. And then I tried to make a homemade chili oil to use to then stir fry noodles. And then the whole process just took longer than I thought. It didn't even turn out well. I'm on a losing streak of cooking. I think I'm usually an okay cook, but I feel like the last few things I've made have all turned out subpar. So then I had to clean up that subpar mess. So that's why we're kind of late today to start. But otherwise, I'm good. Can't complain. Just eating very mediocre food that I made with my own hands. Okay, I think we can start with this one real quick. And then we'll get into your guys' replays. This is one from the Discord, which, actually, what position was he? Where's his match ID? This is a Zeus 5 Divine. All right, I'm gonna timestamp. Timestamp, we're doing it. Okay, let's open this one up, and then I'll read out his question for, hopefully we can download it, actually. I should have probably checked the date before doing that. Okay, we're good. Okay, so we're gonna start with this one, because it kind of fits the late game video that we just recently did. Go watch it if you haven't. But anyways, he says, struggling to make a decision based on this game. Our team was stomping early, pushing all towers under 30 minutes until we hit a wall. That sounds just like the late game flowchart video. They couldn't push high ground against Tinker, Drow, Venomancer, Silencer, Earthshaker. Game dragged on 70 minutes. They eventually won, but he didn't feel, like it was great. Should I buy Aura, Pipe in this case, or BKB or Lotus to make a high ground push easier? No. Without even looking at the actual drafts, no. I need insight from you guys because I want to improve myself as a support player. Great! Goals to reach Immortal. Okay, I mean, this guy's, this is Divine, right? Okay, anyone who makes it to Divine can make it to Immortal, in my opinion. So we just need to round out a couple things. I have seen more heroes building Helm Dom as a core item. I think it's interesting because when they first added that change, I thought, oh, I forgot to change this one actually. When they first added the change to Helm Dom, I thought, okay, Zoo meta is going to be back because you can use Helm Dom as a pseudo farming item. So heroes like Beastmaster and Lycan will be back, and maybe we'll even see it on old carries like Luna, who used to build it when the build-up was a little different then, but you would use your item to like stack for you, and then you could use it to play tempo. I was pretty much right, but delayed by 4 patches or something. I don't think the item has even changed since back then, but it just took a while, and I would have to go look again at like why it suddenly, like maybe there were some other competing elements, or maybe it just took time to get to, but eventually it happened. But it's actually for more carry heroes than I thought. I thought it would be still I mean, we did have the Helm of the Overlord stuff like Beastmaster and Lycan, but I didn't expect it to go to so many different carries. So many different, it's still kind of developing. But Faceless Void being one of them, Marcy being another. So it's cool. It's definitely cool for me. Yeah. Oh, Pharanius. I think at the end, I started later than I meant to, so I don't know if we're going to have time. If it's not today, it'll definitely be Friday. But I think at the end of today, I kind of want to give it a go. I was planning out a little bit on how to get the on-track achievement for Factorio to get to the trains in 90 minutes. I opened up a map editor and kind of like built out what I would need in theory. I didn't test it at all because I wanted it to just be like a YOLO, let's do it kind of thing. Okay, I realized I do the timestamps to make it easy for you guys to jump around, and then I got sidetracked, but you guys are used to that by now. So now let's actually get into the gameplay. So he said they were stomping to about 30 minutes, so let's jump there. It looks like 11k. They did continue to grow the gold lead out, so I mean, that's good. Sometimes it does just take a while. But we can definitely jump to around like 30 minutes, I would say. Looks like they get the first Roche at 30 minutes. And I see Tinker is very farmed. Okay. And his own item build was... Wait, he didn't get the Ags? Oh no, he consumed it because the game went so long. Okay, where did you get the Ags? Arcane, straight Ags. Okay, that's what I was expecting. Yules, I'm going to say you don't need this one. This would probably be better as a pipe. Or sorry, not a pipe. Not pipe. Lotus. I was thinking pipe because your post said it. Lotus to stick on your carry as he goes high ground would have been better to deal with the silences and be useful. But Zeus is such a backline hero, you could also just not do it and just stay way in the back and wait for your stuff. Okay. So, us. Go 30 minutes to where they finally did the first Roche. Which, for as much as the team was winning, I bet if we looked back, they probably had windows to do Roche earlier. It's divine, though. I'm not surprised to see Roche happen around this time instead of earlier. I am not making a video right now, so I'm switching back to colorblind mode. How come that didn't save? Is it because we're already in a game? I just didn't click it. Okay. They get Roche. You immediately back away from them. I would not recommend doing that for a bounty rune. Were you like right at the edge of finishing something? I don't think so. Your team has decided with Aegis to run straight at the high ground, which you've already identified is very tricky. So the correct thing to do here for your team after securing this Aegis, 12k gold lead, really good. You got 5 minutes with the Aegis, so I would give your team 3.5-ish minutes to just look for a pickoff. So this ward is not bad. I think this is more for like doing Roche, so it's fine. Otherwise, I would push it more to the side. Notice the rest of your team's vision is not very good. You have one ward back here, but you guys are winning a lot, so we jumped ahead. I don't know why this ward got placed by you, but if we make the case, okay, it helped us get Roche, that's fine. Both wards helped us get Roche, kind of overlapped, whatever. So now, I need to see this stuff. I need to see them slip out of their base, all these ways. I need to, especially, this one's very common. Tinker is going to keep TPing to creeps, blink into tree lines. He's got it, right? Yep. He's going to keep TPing in, blinking into tree lines. I need to see that. So we as a team, from Roche, I would say you start pushing in top. Bolt, bolt, bolt. You're checking everywhere. He's helping you check. We're clearing out enemy vision and placing our own sneaky ward somewhere in here. I don't care exactly where. Somewhere in here is fine. Somewhere in the low ground's fine. Somewhere like here is fine. Any of those are good with me. Okay, now we move mid because they probably push it out. Deal with that. And as we're pushing and dealing with the mid and the bottom lane that they've pushed in, we're watching the wards we just recently placed. And as people move out, because they're going to see us move this way, their support is going to go, okay, I better go check this area. And they're going to come up here, and they're going to go check this cliff number 1. This is like the number 1 spot. 90% of supports are going to go, walk this way and do it. I'm making fun of it, but I do it too. We're all going to walk up here and check it. So when you put your only observer here, you've now lost your ward. So that's gone now. That's why it needs to be somewhere weird so that they don't find it right away. And depending who walks up here, you guys immediately turn around and kill them. If it's if it's a good target, if they're not all grouped up, and even if they are grouped up, you're winning. You have Aegis and you have Vision, so you should probably fight them out of the base anyways. If they don't walk up, then you keep going, you clear out all their wards, and at that point, they would be playing blind. Let's take a look at their Vision right now. Are they playing blind? No. They got 1 ward here to see what you guys are doing. They got 1 ward here. These 2 wards are going to help them get out of the map to know where you guys are pushing, to where is safe to be. And I don't want them to feel that way when they are 12k behind, and I have Aegis, and I've got 3 minutes to establish superior vision. So that is what your team should do first. I see we're making the classic pub decision of get Roche, immediately go push high ground. So we're not really making use of being ahead, and we're instead going to immediately take the really hard high ground siege like you identified. And we don't even have vision. Like, we don't have anything set up. They could be wrapping around on us from the side, just Drow attacking this way, and then like Echo from the back, all that stuff. We have no idea. We haven't set up any vision, so this is a really bad push. We're gonna put an observer here. I don't blame you because, yeah, we're pushing high ground, kind of need some vision to make this a little safer. You know where it's really common to put sentries? Here and here. So as part of trapping them in their base, you're going to lose this as soon as your team backs up and they think it's safe to go for. And in fact, a lot of people will walk up and just kill it whether it's safe or not to do so. And versus your team, it's actually relatively safe because you guys don't have the best jump. So this observer, probably going to die real fast. And then we're going to be playing in the dark on this high ground push. There it is. So as a support, what can you do here? When your team just wants to push, you kind of have to do what the Zeus is doing. You have to come anyways. I probably wouldn't put the observer just because I know how likely it is to be killed. I would just bolt repeatedly for vision. And maybe put a ward somewhere on the backside to look for wraparounds. And besides just asking your team to push something else, that's like it. Because the thing is, it's kind of working. Look, as much as I've been saying, like, this high ground's really tough, look, he's almost halfway through the tower. And how much of the Aegis do we have? We still have 4 minutes. So we're doing it in the hardest way possible, but thanks to the lead we have, it's kind of working. So you guys just safely repeat this. Yo, bolt, bolt, bolt. You got so much mana. Bolt, bolt, bolt. If you ain't bolting, you ain't Zeus supporting. Bolt, bolt, bolt. Drop this, Arcane. Bolt, bolt, bolt. Look at this guy starting a new tower. So you see how Lion almost died because he had to walk up to where Lifestealer was? This is why we didn't want to do this and why Lifestealer should just stay here. Drow kind of got baited to leave the base. That's her own mistake. But it did cost us our Lifestealer, both his lives. And he died with, I think, over 3 minutes on the Aegis left. Yeah, we still had 3 minutes of the Aegis before we really had to even consider this type of play. We still could have sieged for 2.5 minutes and finish this tower. We could finish both towers. So it's not really a mistake the Zeus made. The most you can say is try to explain it to your team, like, while Roche is happening, to just get map vision and try to get a pick off and then go high ground. The mistake I would highlight for Zeus is not bolting nearly enough to check for wards. Like, the fact that this one's alive is wacky. Double check the cliffs, all of that. And we are now leaving the area without any deep wards placed because the one ward, that's the other mistake I'd say, this ward that we placed ends up not doing much. So now let me see when the next Roche ends up being. You guys get it about when it spawns. 40 minutes, we might jump there. It's just like, okay, so this is kind of what you want. Look at this. This is actually perfect. This is what should have happened with the Aegis. Tinker will exit. This is where, against Tinker and split pushing heroes, you can sometimes, as much as I was talking about like setup vision on their half of their map, we're setting up vision to get the pick off. So usually most heroes have to walk out of the base. That's why I'm talking about vision up here. But for certain heroes who can TP out, like Natures and Tinker, you can put them on your own half of the map to see them doing this kind of stuff, which is very common. This is why Zeus is really good versus Tinker. The Nimbus cancel. You have your ult to find him in the trees too. Your team kills him. Now you guys push high ground with Aegis. And at this point, you would have still had over 1.5 minutes, I'd think, of Aegis. We kind of like zoomed up, but I wasn't paying the close attention. You'd still have the Aegis though, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, I can use this. Yeah, 1.5 minutes of Aegis time still. And this is where you would push. There would be no March in the Machines hitting you guys. And even if they try to echo global everything, as long as you guys aren't clumped, you're not going to lose that fight. So now you guys are going to try to push, and you're going to start a brand new tower. You know, the tower we got halfway down, and the tower we came over to get a fourth of this tower. We're not going to go to those. We're going to go to the brand new tower. Start here. Off this Tinker kill, your team has time to push mid, and these guys connect mid, so you can go back to the same tower you already made progress in. Where are we going? Here's the tower, which we've now gotten the same amount of damage. If we combine all the damage we've done to the different towers, we've almost taken one tower. But we are diving in the back, and it's really hard for teammates to get to, so we use a couple abilities. Look at that, barely any tower damage. We even lose the lion. I don't even know how that happened. Poison damage. This isn't really the Zeus's mistake. These are his teammates. The most the Zeus can say ahead of time is just, everyone watch Lifestealer hit it, and we stand behind them. Or like while your team is doing Roche, say, okay, let's get wards and try to find a pickoff, and once we get a kill, go push. All right, you have to like pitch the right idea ahead of time. That's the most you can do. There we go, now we're starting to bolt around. I really recommend as part of, it's not, I mean, this isn't going to solely keep you back from Divine to Immortal, but you will notice there's a big difference between Divine players who maybe never backpack their stuff or drop them on the ground, and then Immortal players who do. You're going to constantly, like, I'm going to get 2 bolts for free every time compared to you. When I drop all my stat items and I use Arcane Boot, maybe 2 bolts is a lot, maybe 1 bolt. You know, but that adds up over time. If every minute I get 1 more bolt, maybe 2, to check for wards, I'm going to find more wards than you. And that leads to stuff. So it's a little bit more on the minor side, but it does matter if you want to start practicing backpacking stuff before Arcane Boots. Or I frequently, like, okay, you're coming to this Wisdom Shrine, right? Click the Wisdom Shrine to walk over there. Drag, drop, shift click, drag. The camera would stay here. Drag, drop, shift click, drag, drop, shift click, Arcane Boot button. Zeus will walk over, drop all 3 items instantly, and then use the Arcane Boots right away, and then you just spam right click on your items. Be a little careful if you think enemies are here, because you don't want to like walk up high ground, drop boots, and they get killed and then lose your item. So like, you know, secure the area and then do it potentially. But those are little tricks I use to do it efficiently, and then end up with more mana. This is very disappointing, but you didn't place the ward. This one's still alive, though. Let's see what else they have alive on their map. Look at that! They got 3 wards down. How is this allowed versus Zeus? If we have better wards... So, for you guys, it was like, well, Zach, I mean, those are all spread out. How am I possibly going to check everything as a Zeus, right? So if we have good wards that are down and scout out the supports who are stuck in their base, the few times they leave, and I see Silencer leave the base on the top half of the map, and he has 2 observers, and then at some point I see him back in the base with 0 observers. I know the observers are on the top half, so I'm bolt, 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 till I find 2 observers. If I have no idea if he went bottom or top, that's where I have to bolt the whole map, and it's going to take me forever, and I'm not going to have the mana. But the better your vision is, and you can minimize it. I saw Silencer walk up here. He disappeared for a little bit. He showed in the wave. Well, now I only have to bolt this general area, and I'm probably going to find an observer. All right, your team's waiting for Roche. Do we need this observer? So you're not even placing all the observers, so I'm not going to really critique Lions too much. But let's think about this observer. And think about that Zeus, his value as a support is high magic damage and vision superiority. So that means it's difficult for them to use common observers. But at the same time, if you're playing in the dark and they're playing in the dark, we don't have vision superiority. So if you put your observer right in front of Roche Pit, which is one of the most common areas to check, especially with the Venomancer, he can check the high grounds with the sentry on the low ground. So for example, he can Plague Ward here, and then put his sentry here. We're going to lose our observer. Also, what does this observer do for us though when we need to get Roche? Like, what is the scariest way a fight can break out? Global and Echo. So if you guys are in the Roche Pit trying to do Roche, where am I most scared of a Radiant team coming to global echo me? It's from this cliff, walk down, and then blink in echo. It's from this way, blink in echo. Those are the two most common paths. Now, if you smoke, of course, you can take different angles, but that means the observer won't do anything if they're smoked anyway, so it doesn't even fully matter where they get placed. Now, if he happens to walk through here without smoke, then yeah, I mean, this observer is going to catch him, but it doesn't help protect me versus the two most common ways that a pub game is going to go. In the same way, a pub game, the most common push after Roche, I was like, yeah, they're going to run down high ground right away, even though they shouldn't. In the same case, yeah, if they're contesting Roche, they're going to run straight in, even though they shouldn't. They should do some deep wraparound, but 80% of games are going to come take the most common direct path. So that's what my observer needs to look for. I need to see this area if I'm thinking I got to protect Roche. So up here would also be very common to lose. If you didn't want to do that, I would understand. I'd say somewhere over here is on the far side where they're likely to put their sentries over here and over here to try to catch this kind of stuff. Then your ward would still see some of them. You could also put it like a little further down over here. You might lose it to checking stuff like this, again with that Venomancer. But it would give you more warning sign of them coming in, especially like by the time this one's killed, they're already here in position. If they're killing this observer because they find it, then that gives me, okay, 10 seconds in the time that they're killing this and moving this way is how long it takes to move. So I got to start being careful and think about that. Or they miss it, and then I see everything going on. And if they're smoking, this wouldn't have worked, but this one might actually work, because where are they smoking when they're doing these plays? It's either in their base or further back where they think they're not spotted. By the time they're out here, they're not smoking. So this type of observer further back might actually catch them smoking to give you information to play. Can Zeus ult show all enemy wards? It doesn't show all enemy wards, but it does strike every enemy hero, whether they're smoked or not. And if they are near an observer, it will reveal that observer. Our team tried to get Tinker, we missed, but we got his BKB. So that is still really good. If you guys wanted to try to push right now, you could. Roche is also a good objective. Roar. I mean, your team shouldn't really be trying Roche with just you and Lifestealer. Now the rest of the team's coming up. You shouldn't jungle while this is happening. You should stay in this area. All right. Do we want to take our bets on whether they run straight to the high ground again? For now, they don't have creep, so Lifestealer's forced to go top. Void Spirit mid. We're kind of split up. This is a bit dangerous. Right now, they have instant initiation with Global and Blink Echo. And Silencer showed... He took Roche and was instantly here, so I know he teleported. And then Void Spirit showed mid at the same time. And then look at that. They have an Observer. So from their perspective... Let me go back. I am scared... Oh, wait, back further. I am scared. What are they doing? I'm trapped in base. Roche just died. Okay, let's look for an opportunity, because if they split up, we could still take a fight outside the base. All right, look at this. With our Radiant Vision, he's running in, and Lifestealer's up here. So either Lifestealer ran top or he TP'd. But either way, if he TP's here, this is a long teleport. So by the time he gets here, it'll be slow, especially for a Void Spirit who has no BKB. So right now, his team should try to like move in this direction and see if they can kill Void Spirit. Because I know Lifestealer will take at least 5 seconds to join the fight, if not more. Did I just hear an echo happen? What was that? I thought I heard an echo. All right, back to Zeus's team. Yeah, we're back to that mid tower we were working on before. We're over-initiating again. The creeps are doing it, though. Good banner placement. I think that was you. With catapult, so here's a bonus tip. This is not something you can always do, but it's very useful versus very difficult high grounds and when it happens to work out. So these catapults are doing a much better job than your cores. They are objective gamers. They are focusing down the tower. They are not diving. They are standing as close as they have to, which is all the way back here. Your banner needs to go here when you have regular creeps that walk up to here. But for the catapults who won't move further than here, and then even after the tier 3 tower dies, they'll move up to here, and then they can start hitting the barracks. Your banner can go further back. So you see that these drow illusions are actually going to be what kills your banner quite safely, because your heroes dove and now they're too scared to kill illusions, so now you're going to lose the banner for free. But you could actually place this banner back here, depending how committed you want to be. If you only want to get the tier 3 first, then the banner can go like all the way back here. If you're thinking about getting the barracks as well with that same catapult push, then the banner has to go to like about here, which doesn't seem like a lot, I know, but still the difference from here to here means the illusions go from here to here, and at the edge of their base becomes much easier to kill, and then especially if it's a real hero trying to kill the banner rather than the creeps. So it's kind of a circumstantial thing, but in this particular circumstance, you actually could have individually, with no effect of the teammates, and I can't control them, by just placing the banner further back, you probably would have secured the tier 3 for your team right here. This is a good case of when I had trouble finding an example of this for the flowchart video. I kind of had some, but I mentioned like when the base is pushed in, it's too late to get the rat. So Tinker is the rat in this case that we need to kill to make it easier to push high ground. So by the time this creep wave gets pushed in, he's out, right? And then this is when Abaddon TP's in to deal with this. So if we're thinking about catching Tinker, we are establishing vision control, and then one hero is waiting in the back. You're global, so you can contribute anytime. And then, like, as soon as you see this lane pushing in, your team is waiting in this area. A couple heroes, the ones with crowd control, are waiting to see if Tinker comes or not. And he might avoid it, he might come. You have 5 minutes for him to eventually make the wrong call. And if he always makes the right call, that's just good on Tinker. And then we're going to, like, force the high ground for a little bit. But at some point, it's a pub game, he'll make the wrong choice, and your team jumps him. And that's how you deal with these kind of, like, ratting heroes. All right, let's see the end of this Aegis, and then we'll probably move on. So if you guys want to start contributing your own replays, feel free to start sticking them in. You're getting back into Dota. Is it better to play unranked versus ranked for the role assignments? I would say it depends on you. Unranked is kind of accepted as like, oh, this is the practice place, you know, and I get that. At the same time, people come into ranked and do the dumbest stuff, myself included. So is that any worse as like a returning player who is out of touch as opposed to someone who's been playing the whole time and is like, I'm bored, I'm gonna do Pudge, you know, dataless carry build like IDC, or like I'm gonna try this build I saw Thompson do for the very first time. You know, I don't hold people against it for doing like wacky stuff. I know that's not true for everyone. Some people really hate that. But for me, telling you, you know, I would say it doesn't really matter, unranked or ranked. It's what you feel comfortable with. That was rude of Abaddon. I saw that. I can't report him in I can't report him in the replay. Shouldn't use that as an insult, though. It's 2020. I almost said 2026. It's 2025. Lately, all the year forms, because we've been doing wedding stuff, I keep putting in 2026 for different forms. I almost said 2026. Do replays need to be chaotic? Oh no, it's just called Chaos Replays because we're just gonna pick randomly unless someone donates $5, and then I guarantee it. In the past, we had like a raffle system, but I don't have a good way to do it between YouTube and Twitch. And also, even if I did, I kind of enjoy this Chaos form for a bit. We did the raffle system for like a year plus with Twitch redeem potential. I kind of like just picking randomly from what you guys submit, especially like different things. Like sometimes we can connect lessons, you know, and I think that makes it a little easier than randomly jumping around sometimes. I don't think you want to be Jenkins and review Herald replays. No, I'm totally fine with looking at Herald games. I don't mind at all. I think Herald games are kind of fun, actually. It's just, you watch enough Dota, you know what to expect, and there's a part that gets boring. Herald, you never know. It's totally random. That's fun. I like it. Herald is the true chaos. And I'm still happy to give feedback and advice. Hey, we did it. When was that other Roche that I said we could do this on if we had all just sat behind him? Like 15 minutes? A little less. 10 minutes? So this is some of the difference between Divine and Immortal, is the time difference it takes to do stuff. And so here in the Divine game, takes 10 extra minutes to take a tower that maybe in an Immortal game, probably only 5-minute time save at the edge of Immortal. The higher up you go, maybe they save even more time and they do it properly. For as much advice I'm giving, guys, even my games, the like Void Spirits jump in the back and the Lifestealers start chasing instead of hitting buildings. You know, it's like, it's still gonna happen at higher ranks. Just like the frequency of it.
Radiant's top tower.
What do you do when your team is too passive and doesn't make any moves, but the enemy team knows how to take objectives, and you end up losing all the map, and the game feels kind of over? Do I still play around the strongest ally core, or do I AFK farm like the rest? So you have to do one of two. I'll just keep letting this play while I describe it. So let's actually, for example, let's say we're the Zeus. Actually, Zeus, you should, for the record, you should probably be with them because they're pushing the base and you're over here. I know you have the global stuff, but you mentioned yourself like how hard this high ground is. You should be here. I know you use your ult and refresh and all that, right? But you still got regular spells that are very powerful, and these guys, the way I've seen them, they're probably going to push and fight whether you're here or not. So goes back to the school of philosophy, I guess. Some people would say do what Zeus is doing, ignore your team, split push another lane, right? Get farm. I say I think it's generally better to be with your team doing the wrong thing because you have a better chance of making it work. As, for example, you're not showing, so the 5 of them should jump, and if they did, they might win. But they're also going to have people doing different things, and one guy's going to be farming over here and, looking for the Zeus, and one guy's going to go here. And so then they get into a fight that you could be the difference of, that it's like 4 versus 3. So I prefer that. So to your question, when your cores are being really passive, you can join the AFK farm, but you should do what I mentioned in the late game flowchart video, which is that you should be pushing in lanes and trying to rat and split push. For example, if my whole team as Zeus was like sitting back here AFK farming, I would be pushing in this creep wave, but like do it from the trees, like bolt it, hide, move up, bolt, hide, right? Don't just be like in the lane to minimize risk, and just keep shoving in the lane because the creeps will slowly chip down towers, which is useful. Don't like join them in the jungle AFK farming because that's not useful. Like risk your life a little to get useful things done. That's what I would recommend. You can also trick heroes into doing useful things. So like, let's say it's the Lifestealer that you need him to get active. So he starts farming this camp. This is where maybe you could come to him and then jungle this camp. And then he goes, oh, I'm AFK jungle mode. I walk this way. So you walk this way. You farm this camp while he farms this camp. He's like, where's the next camp? I guess I have to go here. And then like you're farming this camp. And then he like, creeps are here, I guess. And this idiot has now walked from here to here. We're doing it. We're pushing him in. You do have to be careful of this, that you don't, if it's too obvious, he'll get angry and he'll report you for like stealing his farm, So it depends on how often you have to do this and how obvious you want to be about it. Another way to do it is like, you know, he's farming the triangle. You know he's going to want to come this way. So then you farm these 2 camps real quick. And then he's like, oh, I guess I got to go this way. Oh, I guess I got to go this way. You know, keep stealing farm that would drag him backwards and push him forward. But you just lose some games. That's the reality of Dota. No matter how good you play, sometimes you lose because the enemy team has more people willing to do stuff than your team. And you can't win every game. There's not something you can individually do to beat 5 people who are coordinating. All right, let's see. We got a Medusa game. What did I do wrong in key fights? Getting back into Dota. Welcome back to Dota, Hippo Ducks. Playing Phoenix. Doing well in the lane, but I struggle with when to group. That's always a good question to cover. The answer is probably right after you win your lane, and you're probably staying in your lane too long, would be my guess. We might look at that. What if you have a support that can't exactly split push or farm like Oracle, Sky, Venge to an extent? You do it, but you do it a little worse. Here, before we hop into the next game. It doesn't matter what hero you play. I know some are going to be much better than others, but even at their worst, who'd be a shit support? You know, you have your classic pudgy pudge support. Get the creep waves out here, okay? I'm gonna try to affect multiple creep waves here for the case of example showing. Is there a all vision cheat on this thing? I know I can type one. Okay, look. 1 spell. Pudge is bad at pushing. I use 1 spell. I come here. I attack once. Actually, that attack's not gonna be enough. I attack 3 times, and now I'm gonna leave. I didn't affect top at all. This should mostly be at equilibrium, because nothing got affected. It's 4 creeps versus 4 creeps. I added a little bit of damage, but it looks like my creeps didn't focus the right stuff. So maybe in this case, I needed 4 attacks. Down here, I used a single spell. I killed 1 creep. Jupiter, come over here. The door shot on him. He's losing it. 1 spell and 3 creeps pushed forward. So it doesn't matter how bad you are at shoving waves. As long as you do sometimes a little bit more than we did here, but like as long as you do a little bit of damage, a creep wave will push forward. And it may not be a lot of damage, it may not be fast, but it will eventually move forward. And sometimes that's all you can do. If that's like the heroes you play, you know, then that's all you get. Look at this. We barely used any spells, so we're gonna chip the tower, you know, a very minimal amount. But we're getting there. And the later in the game is, you know, you have more tools to show up a little bit more, have a little bit more impact on this stuff. All right, Jupiter, come here. Where are you? Jupiter is a mama's boy, and she has her door closed because she's working right now. She's focusing up, and that makes Jupiter cry like a big old baby. Big old baby. I don't understand. When are they gonna fix that? You put in a match ID and then just instantly deletes the match ID. Jupiter usually lets you hold him like that, but if Hef meows somewhere else, he bolts out. What was this one? Why did I click this? The Phoenix player. Phoenix coming back to Dota. Phoenix 4. I'm gonna stick you in Divine, let's say. 2 Divine support games in a row. We're gonna have to make sure to mix up the ranks later. Okay, so you were saying you're coming back to Dota, you win your lanes, and you're not sure when to group, which is a very classic mistake. Actually, it happens a lot in Divine. You guys stick in your lanes way too long. Who are you with? The Wraith King? Actually, if you're with the Wraith King, you're actually not that far ahead, because it looks like he farmed poorly. So maybe we didn't crush our lane, and you have a misread on what's happening. It might also just be Wraith King's fault. He may have just not farmed well. That's another situation, though, where people think they have won a lane or lost a lane, and then you look at some of the info later and you're like, not really. So let's see what the case is. How can you resist such an adorable furball? Because he screams like that. He balances out. You guys see the cute Jupiter. He shows up on screen, quiet, doesn't make a noise. You don't get the Jupiter that I'm trying to record a video and he's scratching my leg because he's bored. Or he's screaming at the door. Or you're sleeping, it's 6 a.m. and he's decided it's time to play and he's like screaming. Or he's a little annoyed at you, so he just pees on the floor, this punk ass. He's bored, so he chews the blinds. He eats some string. He is such a rascal. He is such a rascal. I'm gonna have to... the amount of money to replace the things that Jupiter destroys. I constantly tell him, because we adopted him for like $75. Everything he destroys, I'm like, this is worth more than you, cat. What are you doing? I could get a new cat for less. Okay, wait, let's jump into the lane. Yeah, I know, string is really bad for them too, so it's such a pain. You gotta keep looking around. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. You were soft support. In my head, you were playing Phoenix 5, because we were watching a 5 game last time. So yes, we did... Well, actually, even then, I see Legion... Okay, Legion is kind of at an okay spot. Alk is actually ahead of her, but it's also an alchemist. So I would call this going, you're pretty rich. Actually, so is Silencer and Jakiro. So actually, I don't know if we would call this winning the lane. Let me keep looking. Let's jump a little further. I mean, I know we're kind of far in, 5 minutes into the lane already. For this game, I would just keep playing with the Legion, help Queen of Pain with runes, and then at some point, hopefully Queen of Pain either rotates here. Oh, get grief, Jakiro. Either she rotates here or top. I don't really care where she goes, but we help her get runes. She hopefully helps the side lanes. And you're mostly playing for Legion 6, so we just keep getting her farm. We're getting to the point where we should go think about that power rune and probably stack the camp. You've been sitting here for like a minute now. You hit Jakiro twice, but you should just leave this area. For example, let's come back here. So the camp has just died. We used it, it's gone. It's not gonna spawn again until 6 minutes. So there's nothing to do here. The small camp, I actually don't know if this is open or not. I don't see a sentry from you, so I'm gonna assume the small camp is open. So, okay, I'm worried about him doing a pull, so I want to be here. He doesn't need to pull for like 6 more seconds, so we don't really need to do much. We could probably walk over here, deny 1 creep, and then walk over and have time. But even if he did a pull, we could just stay here, mess with Alk while Jakiro is waiting for a pull, and then either go with the next creep wave under the tower to harass the Alchemist, or both you and Legion walk over to this small camp, and you probably haven't lost anything at that point, and then farm the small camp, and then drag this creep wave around this way. Then you'll have equilibrium back here. There won't be a small camp until 6 minutes, just like there won't be a hard camp till 6 minutes, which means Legion will be able to hold equilibrium here until at least 6 minutes 17, when that's the next chance he would have to do a pull. And in that time, you can then be over here, hit this at 553, help secure the power rune, and then be back here in time for a future pull. So all of that is to say, there's actually nothing to do in this area for a minute. Or like that I have to do. We could do a little bit of this if we really chose to. But I think you can just come over here and help Legion. Help her get this deny, get last hit, stuff like that. Like, you're chasing Jakira around, but Jakira's not even doing anything. So Alk is still farming. But that's what your fire spirits are really good at dealing with, is Alchemist. Oh, he's still getting some last hits. Even though he had like very little health, he came in and used a spell, and you're back here, so you're throwing fire spirits now, but you could have been standing here, forcing him to be even further back. So we'd have a few less last hits. And we didn't help with the power rune. Let's see if we get lucky. Very lucky. And now she is gonna come down here. So this rotation is of Queen of Pain's own free will. This is a mid rotation that happened just because of them, and it had nothing to do with our own play. But as support players, especially as you get higher ranked, I would say around Legend is when the mid players start to become good enough to start seeing return for your investment. Before that, you know, it's a lot more understandable if you don't go help them for this stuff. But by doing this kind of stuff, you would have incentivized Queen of Pain to do this. This is just random. Some games, Queen of Pains will come gank for you. Some games she'll just sit here. But when she knows, like, oh, I'll miss some creeps, but there's a stack for me, and I also have a rune to do this kind of gank with, then it's more likely to happen. And then your play is going to end up better for it. And it looks like we're going to get an out kill. So it's working out anyways, but there is more we could have done to encourage this to happen. Rather than another game, and then we go, well, the mid Queen of Pain never came to help me, you know? Almost. You could have tried maybe for the stack. If you use Sunray, I think you could do it, but I guess it would be burning mana for kind of a close stack, so I don't mind if you back off on it. Okay. 8-minute rune soon. Creeps are actually in a fine spot. So Legion's going home. She's going to make it back. Why there is a move in the camera? She's going to make it back, and then she's going to TP here. So at this time, you can now walk over here and stack if this was available. Legion actually farmed this, so I guess you could stack the Ancient Camp, but then you're going to be late for the rune. So in this case, I wouldn't stack, but I would just be here for the power rune. And your team's not going to miss any creeps. By using this Fire Spirits, now Legion will have nothing to TP to, and we aren't going to make it to the power rune. So you get more creeps. Shadow Fiend gets a regen rune, though, which would have been really good for Queen of Pain. So now Queen of Pain is... the result of us not going mid is that Shadow Fiend is going to have a probably boost in like 500 gold of farm. Because now he can raise 2 camps, pop the regen rune, and then raise 3 to 4 more camps before this. That's a little overkill, probably. But probably, you know, a full 2 mana bars of extra raises that he shouldn't have had if he didn't get this power rune. And Queen of Pain, in turn, she's full mana. She could go make a play now, but she doesn't have a bottle. So she's probably going to go take a detour to a bounty rune when those are up, or she is going to go home. So she has lost 30 seconds. He's gained 30 seconds as opposed to like having to raise everything, go home, and then come back out. And her chance of getting kills, because she doesn't have enough mana potentially, is down. These are the ramifications of not going for power runes around this rank. Things that could be different. I don't know if she had to kill that. Oh, got him in the end. All right, Warlock is here, so we can try really hard to kill Alk when he TP's back. You want to stay out of sight here, so we got a kill. You walked this way. Did you go through the Twin Gate? Are you going home? questions the enemy team has now answered that yes, Phoenix is actually still right here, moving this way. But why do we need to walk this way? What is so urgent to get over here right now? Nothing. So, next time, if you wait in the trees, or just take a larger path around, you keep the enemy team questioning where is the Phoenix? Where is the Warlock? If they don't have any observers around here and they didn't catch sight of him yet, right? That means Axe, who might be thinking about aggressively pushing this tower, who might be planning to cut the next wave, he goes, wait, 2 supports are missing. Queen of Pain maybe goes missing as she kills this last creep. Do I feel comfortable doing this? Are they all TPing here? Oh yeah, he's in the creep wave. Yeah, it's fine. Global pressure lost. So Queen of Pain showed up here. Does Axe, how scared does he have to be? He's like, oh, it's just Queen of Pain. Because I know everyone else is bottom. Oh, get him! Damn. That's a good egg, though. Oh, Javier, sorry, I didn't even see that super chat. Thank you. I really gotta see if I can get the YouTube notifications working. So sorry, but thank you very much for that. And yes, the orange cat is a blessing and a curse. I wouldn't change it. Love the cat, but sometimes the love wanes. I would probably save an hour, at least an hour per video without Jupiter. Do you know how many re-recordings I do because Jupiter is screaming in the background? You already hear him in the videos and like, wow, I can't believe Zach didn't redid it. There was probably 8 times as much as that meowing, and I stopped and redid sections waiting for him to quiet down, or like going to go play with him and then try to record. I would save so much time. All right. So you came up here. I don't know if there was a team call, and to some degree, I always appreciate trying to make plays, even if they're not in the best place. But let's think about the goal of this as a team if we look at this draft. We must slow down the Alchemist. That's just how Alchemist games go. If there's an Alchemist in the game, he's #1 priority. It's like Meepo, you know? We must stop this hero and slow down the tempo. If he hits his timing, we are going to have serious problems. So it's okay to move away from him for a bit, but we should always keep that in mind. So it starts with Legion. It's not your fault. Legion comes top. She's the one who is supposed to be, you know, facing off versus Alchemist. And then you also come top as part of like, oh, let's try to get this Axe. Axe is a really hard kill. Between the two of you, Axe is a very difficult kill. It's also, if he dies drawing 2 heroes up here, that means Alk is like, okay, good work, Axe, because all you need is a Blink Dagger and a Blade Mail, and I need the rest, and I'll carry you. And Axe, as a good offlaner, would say like, yes, that's all that needs to happen, so I will tank this, and they're going to be happy. So if you can do this quickly and then immediately go back to the lane, that's fine. But stuff like this happens where a bunch of heroes get drawn top, and let's take a look at Alchemist. Bop, bop. He's not even being efficient, actually. He should be doing this way faster. I'm living the peaceful, inefficient Alk life. That's why he's not, that's why this guy's not an immortal yet. He's being given a world of space and still taking his sweet-ass time. Should be farming like, yeah, let's go. Let's get some. Look, okay, by the time he started it, Legion made it back. So we could have been, this guy should have like 200 more gold right now, but whatever. This is what we want to prevent. This guy just having the freedom to do this kind of stuff. We want to get in his face a little bit more. It does look like outside of your own lanes, though, the others struggled. So Queen of Pain's doing fine. Wraith King definitely struggled up top. Axe is really farmed, and that's out of your control. The most you can do is help mid, who maybe helps that safe lane. I mean, you can consider the Twin Gate rotations, and it could potentially work. Minor tip on this. So Jakiro just fought you here, and then you immediately drop your sentry One, pretty aggressively. So it's like one thing to sentry back here, but you drop it here. When Jakiro is still here, Jakiro is like the best ward killer in the game because he's got the double hit. But ignoring the fact it's Jakiro, any hero, any other support can fight you over this stuff. They might have attack slows, they might have stuns. There might be other heroes, right? If he feels comfortable coming up and warding, it might be because he thought no one was going to be here. He might also have backup. So this is not really the time to immediately drop a sentry and try to get the D wards, especially because you're affected by attack slows right now. You should just like back away from him, and then he's not going to just sit here, right? He's going to go do something else. So then you come back in and you de-ward it with safety. In this case, you end up losing your sentry. Now I can't kill his observer. You end up using a second sentry to do it, which he also kills. So even though he lost an observer, he cost you 100 gold for this. But you could have just waited, put the one sentry, killed both. It looks like he'll die for it at least, though, which is good. And let's go bottom. Yeah, get a duel. You should probably just stay invis until it actually happens. A bit of a defensive egg. We got a kill. I don't think that was a duel though, unfortunately. So we're just not connecting quite well with the duels. Granted, the support combo with the duel is a little awkward, but you are pretty high damage, so it should just be you and Legion +1, and then you just kind of like, you don't start stuff, you just wait for Legion to get things, and then you throw the spells, in particular Sunray, since Fire Spirits actually reduces duel damage because they're going to attack less. Alright, let's get a deep ward in this area, if we could. We baiting a Warlock. How many subs do we get because of Jupiter? Good question. Maybe we need to. Maybe that's what people need to start putting in the subscriptions. Like, here for Jupiter, here for Hephaestus. Variety content, Dota content. We'll keep a tally, and we'll move towards. We'll move towards the #1 breadwinner. Okay, I like this smoke. We need Legion involved. We need to try to smoke with the Legion because she needs to get duels or she's going to drop off. We keep getting kills, but they're not with the duel. But Sonic Wave duel would be pretty much guaranteed. Maybe you guys are trying to smoke to her, in which case I'd say is okay. But if you run through the entire enemy jungle, it's very likely you run into someone before you connect to Legion. And if she runs to join you in that jungle, there's a chance she walks under observers and then disappears to your smoke, and then it's going to be kind of revealed. I would say you've actually tried. I know in your original question you mentioned like, oh, I wasn't sure if I was joining the team right and all that. I actually think you have been mostly playing with the team, which I think is good. I think we just need to get you to direct it a little bit better on where we're going and like which teammate we're playing with, which isn't always in your control, but I think would be it's kind of the big thing here. I also don't think you need a pipe, by the way. It'll be okay. I would probably get the Spirit Vessel if no one else on your team is doing it. Spirit Vessel versus Alchemist is very strong, and it's a pretty good Phoenix item. It's also good versus Axe. Jakiro's pretty tanky. Jupiter! True, we haven't done the shitty drawings in a while. Oh, I'm sorry you lost your cat. Here's a...
Bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
This one's for you.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Give a good old scream directly into the mic, Jupiter. I don't know what that global was for, but you guys are strong now. Oh, great. That's a good one. Alright. So global's pretty long, even as he oh, I love it. Tormentor ping, I saw that. I saw you. Good. Even as Shadow Fiend respawns, they still won't have global, so you guys can wait for the next duel and then go again. If you guys wanted to try to fight, since Warlock still has his stuff and you have your stuff and Queen of Pain has her stuff, you guys could. Duel is just your best initiation, so it's a little hard to make that stuff happen without the duel. Got the Jakiro. Alright, staggered kills, still no global for a little longer if we force a bit further. But notice how the two supports are getting like a little sidetracked away from the rest. Not sidetracked, you guys are in the right area, but you're ahead. So, for example, you run into enemy heroes here. Legion can't make it to you quickly. He's going to take his time because he has Midas Radiance, right? He's going to have to walk over. Two of you might be dead by that time if you guys got blink called. Like, for example, we're checking for wards. If we were in a ward and they knew, then Axe is already, like, running up to get you guys. So you got to be a little careful walking too far up. Does she have a duel? We have 30 duel damage. It's rough. So many duels have not panned out. This is why, with a little better play from her part, with a little bit more help from us, it's very different from 30 duel damage to, 60 duel damage. That's like 2,000 plus worth of gold in terms of raw damage. Let's revisit that real quick. This is another micro positioning type thing. All right, we got the kill, so we're free for a little bit. We didn't end up checking this actual cliff. This guy just warded right in front anyways, so I'd say that's kind of bold. And now they've all started to respawn. They don't have all their abilities yet, so that part's, kind of available to us, like some strength to us. Wraith King's here. Legion's here. These three, you three, are here. I don't know for sure that there's no observer in here. I know you checked here. We didn't check this cliff. And then this area is also common. So although I have some vision, in this case, we are seeing Axe move out. But let's pretend they did have vision in here. And sometimes they don't have vision and they still smoke in. And they smoke in the base, run out. You're not going to know. And then, okay, well, that's okay. We're ready to fight once they jump us. Are we ready to fight? As they blink call you or Warlock, who's out here. Are we ready? Like, who's going to make it in time? We're going to have to, like, Sonic Wave to disengage. So this is a case where you don't actually want to be up here right now. You want to be further back, adjusting to, like, how your team is. And you probably pick your favorite person. Okay, Wraith King's pushing in mid, so you go sit in this tree line. Or, okay, I want to keep playing around Legion and Duel, then, okay, I want to be over here as she's farming these two camps, None of you are close enough to each other to help out. So if they made a more coordinated effort, they would have found a kill somewhere. And for the same mistake we made of scattering like that, they also messed up in that they didn't truly initiate. See how this works much better? He calls Legion, and you're behind her to help. You're probably diving in a little bit too soon. good egg before this. I would say when this happens, just start Sun Raying if you're really worried about her. If you dive in, you risk, like, what if an Ice Path came out right here and suddenly you get caught? You should just start Sun Raying from the back. This is a good egg time, though. And then we're reacting a little bit better as a team. I don't know if this fight will work out quite yet. It's looking good. And this happens because we were close enough to do stuff pretty quickly. So we got a little lucky there. If it changed up and they had initiated like 5 seconds earlier, suddenly this fight is potentially really bad for us. Like, your egg and your Sun Ray were really impactful in that fight. So if you had been the one caught, it's suddenly totally different. So those are kind of those small positioning things that can really change how a game goes. Head-mounted dingoes. I'm sorry. I thought he's been slept on for a while, even before Riyadh. I was surprised no one was picking him. Or like he would only see such occasional picks. Alright guys, let's keep moving. I think we'll move on to another game. I know some of you guys have already been submitting them. You can resubmit if you want. I'm gonna read through what you guys have put in. I keep bringing Jupiter over, showing him for a little bit, then he wants to run away. And we repeat it, because the door is still closed on him. Not my door, my fiance's door. Ooh, maybe a Hephaestus cam. We can swap it up. He's sitting in my chair. He doesn't usually like being picked up from the chair. Do I have a camera that can reach this? Or maybe we can do this. How long is this wire? Oh wait, this isn't even plugged in right now. This webcam was messing with my computer stuff, so I unplugged it the other day. How do I show Hephaestus? I had a webcam that I was going to use to pull down, but I guess I can go plug it in. Hold on.
Dyer's mid tower won't last much longer. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Everything's still working? Yes. Okay. Okay. Let me see if this webcam's working. 1 second. Where's the cat cam? Where is the cat cam? Cat cam. This break? How come it's not working? All right, how about now? Very serious Dota channel here. Which, oh, okay, hold on. I think it's working now. Let's see if I can stretch this far enough to see Hephaestus. I'm gonna knock some shit over. Which way is this? This is so weird how I'm holding it. Which way do I have to turn? We got Hephaestus. That means we're going to be standing for a while. He's going to probably take a nap on this chair. I will not be able to hold this forever. Say hello, Hef. What are your thoughts on the team who replaced Gaming Glad? Oh, wait. They got officially replaced? I didn't see that announcement. Is it Yakult Brothers? They're now Yakto Brothers. Is this the Yakult Brothers, but like rebranded? The name seemed familiar. I kind of forget what team was on that. No problem, Hippo Ducks. I'm happy to provide a little bit of advice. You also mentioned you're getting back into Dota, so like in the grand scheme of things, I think you were doing pretty well considering you're like out of touch. I reviewed your game a month ago, and you've gone up 1,500 MMR. Look, guys, we got testimonials in chat right there. 1,500 MMR, one review. Look at that. Amazing. Oh, it's in the predictions? It says Yakult Brothers here. It literally changed in front of our eyes. This says Yakto, but... I mean, this team is fine. They have shown up to various tournaments in the past. Oh, Yakult himself is in the core role. That's bugged. They're fine. The way Gaming Gladiators was playing, no offense to them, they were in a rough spot. So Yakult Brothers is probably just as good, if not maybe better. We'll see. I don't know how much they were practicing. You know, you're reaching the end of the year. TI is kind of the end of the Dota year. So they might be in like chill mode, and then it's like, oh shit, guys, start practicing again. So we'll see what kind of form they're in. The players themselves are, you know, on similar footing as Gaming Gladiators' recent performance, so I think that's fine. I still don't really have that high of hopes for them, but maybe they'll come in as a dark horse because no one is prepped for them. No one's like thinking about them, and then suddenly they do well. That can always happen. I would still expect them to be on the lower half of teams. Yeah, I'm going to be casting the remote stage of TI. So September 4 through 7, I think. Okay, let's see. All right, let's mix things up. We just did 2 Divine Support games. So let's try this one. Let's do a... what the heck? How come it's not going? What is this? Are we in time frame for this? Yes. Super Chicken, you mentioned the Medusa. What did I do wrong in key fights? Do you have a rough rank? That's okay. We'll just say unranked. We'll take a look at a couple random fights here for what I assume is the carry Medusa. Although actually there's a Luna on your team. Let's get in the game. Let's find out where you went. Timestamp reminder, you're a real one, Colonel Pike. Thank you. All right, where is... Okay, it is a carry Medusa. What's this, mid Luna? A classic mid Luna. Let's close this for now, and then legend carry. Okay, I'm just gonna jump ahead to some fights, and let's just see what kind of advice we can give in those fights for what you mentioned. What did I maybe do wrong in some key fights? Which, let's take a look. Looked like you guys were actually behind for most of the game. Looks like 15k lead at 25 minutes. It's more of a question of what did they do wrong. Looks like through a fight here. Maybe we jump here. It looks like you guys got team wiped here, so let's jump here, see what's going wrong. Maybe nothing. You guys are just 11k behind. But we can take a look at that, and then yeah, we'll just jump to some of these other big fights that seem to happen. Give you a quick like team fight breakdown. Okay, I just looked at it and then I forgot. What did I say? 22 minutes. 22 minutes. Let's jump there. Grant, I do have a Patreon. I am always grateful to any support. No one feel required to do so, but there is a Patreon. It's linked in all the descriptions. It should be even in this stream's description, but it's also in the YouTube descriptions, the YouTube videos, and in the Twitch panels. It can all be there. I'm literally so blind. Dude, me too. Jokes aside, I know you're joking about just not seeing things. I do it all the time. Actual vision, I am so blind. I got, hey guys, can you tell? These are new glasses. They are exactly the same as the old glasses. Not actually exactly, but almost identical design by chance. In 1 year, guys, this is proper. I've looked the same forever. I have very similar haircuts, similar style of glasses. They've changed a little bit over the years. Because I keep reaching points, I'm like, I kind of want to dye my hair. I want to grow it out. I want to get, like, wacky. But I was in college, you know, which is, earlier in college would have been a good time to do it. But then I was finishing college, like, we're looking for jobs. I guess I should, like, you know, it's not that they should discriminate against you for having, like, wacky styles. But, you know, some people do. So I was like, you know, I should, you know, say proper. You know, then I was in the workforce, and then I quit. And then I was like, I'm not going to waste money on this stuff. I just quit my job, you know. Now I'm getting married, so now I got to save for that. After the wedding, we're getting wacky. We're getting like aviators or some shit, and we're getting... I always joke. Every time I look for new glasses, I always pick up aviators, and I'm like, yeah, my family does not like it. But I might do it one of these days. I don't know what color hair or like what style, but we're doing something different. We're doing something different. 1 year from now, crazy Zach replays. Some wild guy on here. Yeah, Jupiter's getting a mohawk. After that. I've never had long hair, yeah. About like an inch, couple centimeters longer. That's about as far as it gets. Which, to be fair, when it gets to my eyes, I usually just can't stand it, is why that happens. Okay, let me give you actual feedback instead of talking about my personal styling. I see Magnus about to make some sick-ass play right there. All right. Let's get into the minds of Medusa and her team. Our asses are currently being handed to us. You guys are getting bopped 28-6. You should not even be trying to fight here. This is completely avoid the enemy team and just farm. I'm trying to remember. I don't know how tryhard you and your friends want to be. What game was it? They do this in a lot of games, actually. But Ricky and I were casting a game, and it was classic Falcons fashion. They were being bodied in terms of kills. Was it this Aurora game? No, they had an Enchantress. I remember that. They were being bodied for so long The kill score was like 2 to 20, and the gold lead never changed because they were just completely avoiding and farming. Which Falcons game was it? Was this one? This one's much too long. I think it was like a 30-something minute game. Hang on, let me just look at it. I'm gonna link it to you so you can take a look at it in your own time if you want to. You're not required to, but if you'd like to do the homework. Was it this one? Yeah. Okay. I'll link the Dota buff in Twitch and YouTube. This was Falcons versus Avalis in the recent Fissure tournament in the group stage. And once Falcons started losing, they just went into the, we're going to completely avoid the enemy and we're just going to farm. As soon as someone starts being killed top, we're going to push the other 2 lanes and jungle. And as soon as someone gets killed here, we're going to go back to the top lane and just like repeat nonstop. That game has good examples of like, oh, it's okay to die as a support. You know, I'm making space. A lot of times that's copium. But in that game, there were a lot of good examples of, you know, like an enchantress shoving top lane on her own and several heroes going to go kill her. She dies, but every other hero is free to farm because she is doing such an aggressive maneuver. That has a really good example of the mindset you guys want to have, which I'll talk through in this game as we're like now speeding through it. But if you guys want to like see the pros do it, then you can check out that game that I just linked. So for example, as I see your team in this defensive positioning, you should not be here. You as the carry should definitely be somewhere else. And if the fight ends up looking good, you have this town portal scroll to then teleport in and snipe some kills. If you don't think that's going to happen, though, then you should be... I see a couple of wards down here. So then that's where I'm likely to be as Medusa. Farming down here, sending in the mantas. Mantas down the lanes, and then I jungle so that I feel a little safer. Twin gate, manta cut a wave, you know, back out. Things like that. And then TP in as necessary. Big RP. The fight positioning itself was pretty good for your team. We're just 12k behind. And then Magnus got a good RP cutting through the lane. I'm not too surprised we lost this fight, though. So from here, let's do a quick zoom through of how do we avoid the enemy team. And then we'll jump to more team fights, because that was your actual question. All right, so we all move bottom. That's pretty good. Oracle's here. Hoodwink's here. Yeah, run away, run away. Yeah, TP out of here. Yeah. See ya, team. You see how Luna came over? She should not do that. Luna should have kept going top. Yeah, go. No. Don't even look this way. Other way. Top side. Forget these guys. It's too late. So we're farming a hard camp, but we are at more risk than we should be. We should be like topside going this way. I kind of appreciate what you're about to do here, though, which is creep cut, actually. I do like that. You probably need to be moving this way pretty soon. You can cut this one more wave, and now it's time to hide and get out, most likely. Oh, okay, Magnus still here. Okay. I actually like this a lot, but I will say I don't think you should have had to if your team doesn't fight here and then they just like sit back here. So you're kind of adjusting to the moment, and I'm okay with that. I think ideally your team just sits here and then you move this way and you don't have to risk your life creep cutting when this whole top half of the map is open. They also aren't really stomping you, which is not something I would have... I would have thought they would have come here by now. Hey guys, I'm farming down here. Does anyone want to come get me? Okay, they're still in mid. So you see how you're pushing backwards? Yeah, okay. So you would TP in to fight if you think it's time to fight. Otherwise, this is why you want to be pushing forward. Once you see them show up here, you would kind of like leave this area and start going forward again.
Double kill.
The old high ground throw. I think what you did there was pretty good. Let's go jump to another big fight. That was here. Looks like we lose a fight around 35. Let's take a look at that. Stefan, yeah, the Pugna guide. Pugna's really good right now. Ooh. Definitely give him a shot. One Piece Zoro, green hair. The old Massimo haircut. Will that work with longer hair? What do we think? He always has short hair, right? I don't think there's an arc where he has long hair. Unless the most recent arc does, because I'm not fully caught up. Okay, we kind of get baited to all clump on an Oracle. And that's why the big old RP comes in here. Ooh, the other day, someone was asking about Veno advice. This is a good example of when you kind of want to scatter some Veno wards for the highest chance to cancel a Magnus Blink, which admittedly should be quite hard because he should be somewhere like back here waiting to jump in, and the Plague Ward shouldn't reach that far. But in the middle of this fight, for example, if you guys did need to jump a key target, rather than a Veno Ward being placed like right here, like, oh, I'll hit the Oracle a little bit, this is where you'd place the max range Veno Ward in hopes of catching the Magnus and then hitting him before he can blink in. Just a side thought. Anyways. I may have a problem. Yeah, back away, back away. I think you felt a little stronger than you should have here. I think you should have been, like, trying to get back ASAP. There was a little bit of dilly-dallying there. I guess I'm not too surprised. You guys got RP'd hard, and really you just need to be aware that's a possibility. And as long as they aren't, like, you guys started chasing this Oracle, which is very tempting, but you gotta know the RP is always a thing if you don't know where he is. And as long as they aren't taking your buildings, you even had the Aegis, which means they shouldn't be able to break the base for another 5 minutes. And the longer this game goes, the less meaningful the gold lead they have will be. So you guys don't need the Oracle kill. What I need is for them to back away from the tower for even a moment. And that'll help you not... Keeping that mindset will help you not get baited into... chasing for kills like that versus the big ultimates. Ideally, you two wouldn't even be here. Veno would just place a bunch of wards back here and keep dragging creeps back, and you guys would be pushing other lanes. And this is why if there's one deep ward somewhere, it helps a lot. You wouldn't actually have the cores here. She didn't even go the Spellcaster Luna build. I thought she would for going mid Luna. What in the world? Why does a snake need to wear shoes? Snakers.
Killing spree.
Let's go back a little bit. So we kind of move up as a squad here. It's where things are a little scary. I see a couple heroes in this area. You see like Luna walked at the Oracle, but you guys should be still on your toes a lot. I see 2 supports up here. So I think the rest of the team is up here. So if we want to try to fight, we need to be in this ward. We need to be prepared to fight around that. This is where I think they don't have vision because we place some sentries. It's not perfect, but like I removed some vision and I'm going to need that versus this RP combo that keeps getting us. So we would want to be further back. We're moving into their vision. So if they had been waiting in this area, Luna's dead right now. They're not in the area yet, I guess. Okay, here he is. He initiated, but then I don't know where the rest of his team was. So I guess he bait some. But you see how they are playing around their observer, and that's how they're finding some of these initial pokes. And then your team's observer is back here, and we're playing in front of it. This is why I'm like, where is the Magnus? I don't know. But if you guys were on this side, then I would see the Magnus in these areas, and I would kind of know how to position and play around that. So we have ward vision, but we're playing not around it. And I think almost this entire fight has been in their ward vision, which is why Magnus now gets the big RP. We can actually, to see this case, like... Is this too far back? Like, here's Magnus's vision, right? So like, okay, I'm grabbing Luna. No one's here. I don't know why he chose to do it right now, but he did. And I know the rest of the team is also on their way. So my retreat path is to the left. Back out. And then, oh, my team is kind of in the area now, so I can grab someone here and bring them south. I'm not going to. Hee hee. Okay, Necro's on his own because everyone else is over here. Right? Their fight is very easy around the ward they placed. And they're positioned in that way. Intentionally or not, who knows? And then I catch everyone again because I still have the vision. I'm Medusa! I can still 1v3. No. I don't care about the MMR. I mean, there's probably a certain limit where if you are my rank, I could give thoughts and feedback. I think my information knowledge is a little higher than my actual gameplay. But, you know, you get too much higher beyond my MMR, and you're going to have to recognize you may get some faulty info. I don't care how low MMR you are, though. New players, turbo players, Herald players, I don't care. You guys are playing Dota, then I'm here to help out. Let's see, like, one more fight. Also, I will say, we've been kind of skirting around this. You guys have a horrible draft. So if the fights go poorly, it's... I'm talking a little bit about positioning and all this stuff, which is true, but you also have a really bad draft as a team. So the fights are going to be hard no matter what. No matter how good you guys played, there would be extra challenges. There goes Luna. Shall we see them throw? And then end up winning? Where did it start? 43 minutes? Oh, we're about to see it. So you guys wipe into them wiping. That's a Dota classic right there. Into us wiping again actually completes the cycle. They are successfully pushing. We don't have anything. You guys shouldn't even try to fight, actually, if you guys don't have... You guys don't have buyback, so you should just push out other lanes and then TP home for the tier 4s. Okay, Ogre needed to not do that. Hold the buyback till these two respawn. Now you buy back.
The Dire couldn't hang on to that mid tower.
And then as Necro respawns, we take one more fight. "25 Medusa, go, 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 go." Classic. Oh, welcome back, Silencer. Yeah, get him, get him. We have no initiation. Yeah, okay, from here you would just deal with lanes, and I would say get the mid tower or hope Roche is up and get Roche. So you've technically only lost one barracks. So it's actually still pretty playable when they overextend like that. You guys didn't really push any of the lanes. One person should deal with lanes. Everyone else should go down a lane to push. I think you all dealt with lanes and then jungled. Right, they took a pretty wacky fight here. All right, if I don't see a Roche or a tier 2, tier 3 push, we don't need her. All right, someone grab mid. You go grab that amplify. Okay, so see, like, we only need one hero to come back, if that. This has a catapult wave, so we do need someone to eventually deal with it. Otherwise, the tower will fall. But it should just be one hero who comes here, and everyone else is pushing. You guys, okay, you guys need the creep wave. This is the creep wave. So you, Manta, send the Manta forward to deal with these illusions and then walk to this amplified damage. You could also send the Manta to another lane, potentially, depending where you're positioned. Like, say you were in this jungle, you send the Manta bottom, get the rune, come this way. You could leave this farm to, like, Ogre and Veno to deal with this. Depending where the respawn time is as well, potentially no one comes back and the person respawning deals with it. Yo, bloodlust me. Yeah. We no dive. Okay, so you guys, let's go back. So that's their fortify for the tier 2. I don't know, it's like bugged, but I saw it split shot. Magnus will probably be up, and that's scary because this is where we get skewered back. So now is a really good time to hope Roche is up, and I would just go straight to Roche right now. Yeah, go Roche. As a team, asterisk on the go Roche. It's working out though. It's taken 5 years to kill this Oracle. Holy crap. All right, this is enough kills. Especially the Magnus is the big one. I need the mid wave. If someone could have gotten that while I was going through, that would have been great, but that's okay. There's still time to go get it. You could also choose to finish Roche. I think it's the third Roche, so it would be very big. We got the tier 2, but by comparison, if someone had caught the mid wave faster, you guys could have actually gone to this tier 3. Maybe even done barracks. I think you guys got a little sidetracked there. And now Roche is moving. Okay. Sit behind Medusa. Put the banner down. He's blinking this way. We gotta move that way with him. We are chasing forward as another fight is happening here, and also Luna is here, and also it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds with Aegis. So as we started with this replay, you guys have 5 minutes to find a pickoff, to push in other lanes, to buy items. Look how much money you got, right? You could farm up a little bit more, buy an item. You could consume the Ags, then put the boots back in. You could buy another item, so when Aegis ends, you could swap it in instead of, like, power treads. You have a lot of time here to wait for a rune to spawn in 30 seconds. Instead, you guys are like going straight to the high ground as soon as you finish Roche. So you're giving yourself as little time as possible to be powerful. And we are diving. Which means we're gonna get RP'd. I gotta say, the fight's still kind of working out to some degree. But we now lose heroes. The barracks could have been cleanly killed off. We are in the fountain. This cannot reach the fountain. This can reach the fountain. So you guys just did the exact same thing they did. This truly is a Dota classic. So next time, whether you are winning or behind and you get the Aegis, you gotta give yourself more time with it. Look for better fights. Take your time. If you don't find the better fights, then you go and siege, and then siege properly. You know, like you, the Medusa, would be hitting it. Everyone would be behind. Make sure everyone's here. Luna was like over here. You know, get everyone here. 52-minute rune spawn, which we could have waited for. I see as an amplify damage on the minimap, so that would have been game-changing as well. You don't have to feel rushed once you get the Aegis. There's only a few times you need to feel rushed because like death timers are still up. Like you wiped a fight, you took Aegis, and you're like, we still have a minute, go, go, go. Like that's when you feel rushed. Otherwise, as soon as you have Aegis, you have 5 minutes to do things. So take your time. My lunch hour is up and I had to go. Okay, I got you. That sucks. That's a classic. Oh, I have time. I have 1 hour. Surely the Dota game can't possibly last 1 hour. That's why I don't usually play Dota for that reason. It's every time you need to fit a game within a certain time frame, it never happens. I understand. It's my only chance. Yeah, I got you. It sucks, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, can I recommend... I think that's fine. Can I recommend a different hero? Medusa is not the hero to play when it's like, I got 1 hour, we gotta finish in time. You need to go for the, like the Ursa Juggernaut type heroes. Play some Marcy carries, you know? You gotta be the fast one. Yeah, Luna! Yeah, you gotta get the fast ones in. I don't quite remember that fight if the Luna ult was late, but probably. I do remember one happening at the end when there was a bunch of creeps around, so that one was no good. Okay, next one. Start dropping them in, guys. Yeah, Immortal, feel free. Stick it in. Immortal games. Whatever. Any replay. The other end, Chow Cafe. I don't know why I cut out the H. 500 MMR game. Flame it. 8K replay here. 8K in what region? I could give 8K NA advice to some degree, probably. For EU and the other regions, I could maybe share ideas. And you're free to take it with a grain of salt. Yell at my supports to position under vision and don't run down mid because my lunch is over. Exactly. Perfect. All right, let's see. How are regions MMR different? To some degree. For the first, like, 0 through 5,000, it's really not that different. As you get, like, 5,000 plus, the weight of the MMR and the styles of the region start to become a little bit more noticeable. Oh, John Marquis, thank you. Longtime lurker. I understand. Feel free to keep lurking. I usually lurk when I watch streams, but I appreciate you breaking the lurking spree to pop in with the kind words. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's definitely MMR inflation because of the double downs. I would not mind an MMR reset. At the same time, I don't know how much it matters. Like, if we all just have a different frame of reference for it, it's fine. But I think it messes with matchmaking when it's like trying to... They need to change the calculation for like 16K matched with all that, because you're getting into like really bizarre stuff at that point. Okay, let's start with this one. We're gonna try to rapid fire here a little bit more, because I saw several good submissions that seem interesting to take a look at. So let's start here because we'll cover a range of ranks with this one. We did 2 Divine games, a Legend game. With this one, we're now hitting Herald, and then we can start to fill in the other gaps. Or even if there are gaps, that's okay. We've now done like low, medium, high, and the rest can also be like, if the rest are all high ranked, mid rank, whatever, it's, you know, it doesn't matter. Wait, you're playing Rubick here? Is this the rare ranked classic versus ranked roles? I don't see this very often nowadays. How come your ranks aren't showing here? All right, for this, because it's Herald, we're going to focus probably... If you have specific questions and areas, we can jump to that. But otherwise, it would be your laning stage straight into, like, maybe a couple mid-game things. But usually for Herald and Guardian, laning stage is where I would just focus on the most. Ranked Classic. If we had ranked roles sooner, maybe I wouldn't have become a support player. Because I played League of Legends with some other friends before I started Dota, and they didn't have ranked roles at that time either. When I played with my friends, I played the ADC, the hard carry role in League. And then over time, I became a support player. As I had another friend group, I played like mid and jungle. I never played top. But as I came to Dota, essentially playing ranked in League, I was a support player. And I was like, I don't want to be a support again. I want to do something different, you know? So I want to play other stuff. I started with that, especially with my friend group, because then when I started Dota, I had newer friends to MOBA. So I played mid a lot because I was one of the more experienced MOBA players of that friend group. But then as I got into ranked Dota, still no roles. 4 people locking in. SF mid, Invoker mid. You know, got to start moving around. Then, guess who fills in the gap? Guess who's playing Lion 5 with 4 right-click heroes? Support life thrust upon me. Okay, I was kind of zoned out storytelling in that. Okay, let's pay attention. How's your landing stage going? All right. The nice thing about this type of observer is that you know when the 4 support is late to lane, and you can be pretty aggressive. For example, without this observer, and then you like position here, you start hitting this guy, suddenly you get wrapped on by a Grimstroke or a Spear Breaker, and this guy turns on you 2v1 on the Rubick, and you're like running away, you're losing all your health. This will give you a big warning system on when that is gonna happen. So then notice, even with this observer, you preemptively put yourself in a very defensive position back here. And from back here is the safest place to be, but it's also the hardest to harass Ursa because you have to do creep aggro tricks. If you don't know this, it's buried in some of my videos somewhere. I would have to double check where. I'm pretty sure I cover this in the Herald video though, and the creep aggro. I'm pretty sure there's literally a creep aggro guide that will cover this, and then the Herald video probably also covers this. So harassing Ursa, or the offlaner, usually the offlaner, in this case it's an Ursa because it's Herald, would be the safest from here, but you get the least harassing because of these creeps. So if you're going to commit an observer like this, you want to try to take advantage of it by playing in this area, and then knowing when heroes are coming in to back away early and not get caught off. And that way you could be harassing Ursa right now, 2v1, when it turns out, hey, where is the 4 support? They're not here, so we should bully this guy. Instead, we capture this, which we can kind of do at any time, right? We do a little harass, we grab the aggro, so I was like, oh, I gotta go back up. We are starting to whack Ursa a lot, but notice how often the creeps focused you, and so the lane is pushing because of that. And for as much damage as you did to Ursa, we also took ourselves to the creeps hitting us. So that's where positioning over here could change that. Where is this 4 support? So because you drew creep aggro so much, even though it's a 2v1 lane, we are pushing in the creep wave. So Ursa should get shut down in these situations, but he's actually being pretty smart with his being careful, intentional or not, I don't know. But he's actually going to be in a very good spot soon, despite this being a 2v1 lane. If he wasn't an Ursa, I would say this is a very good performance from an offlaner for a 1v2 for a Herald ranked game. You know, if he was just like a Centaur or something, this would be really good. But for an Ursa, I don't know if it'll change that much. But that's what we want to avoid as a support in these situations. We don't want to draw aggro that much. That's why we want to play over here if we know it's safe to do so, rather than down here. But even from playing down here, there are creep aggro tricks to not let this happen. You can also then hit your own creeps when he backs off, hit your own creeps to balance it out, and also do a pull a little bit sooner, potentially. Instead, here's an Ursa who I think is going to out-level you guys. And then because we did a full pull, now it's shoving back in. So Ursa is winning this 2v1. We're going to block the hard camp, but it already spawned. So if you're going to block the hard camp, you should usually do that sooner, before it spawns. Once it's up, it can still be good to do, but there's a couple missed things here that actually don't matter that much for Herald, but I'll talk through anyways real quick. Usually blocking the pull camps, the most important is the first spawn at 1 minute, because this is where, if you think about levels, going from level 1 to level 2 is, generally speaking, a 100% increase in power because we have a second ability. It is always less from this point forward, except that, like, I know ults and talents and stuff, you know, it's not like perfect scale, you know, but like hitting level 3 to 4 is not as impactful as like, we have 4 abilities between our 2 heroes, and they have 2 abilities between their 2 heroes. The spike is the strongest. That is why, like, the first few waves and the first few pulls are the most impactful, because you hit level 2 first, or you get past this really weak phase or whatever. And that's why giving him early levels by shoving in the wave, and then like this camp is already up and now we're blocking it, it's like, it's kind of missing the mark on why you do that stuff. Yeah, my main feedback for this lane is just try to learn how to harass without drawing creep aggro. And then we'll go a little faster through this lane. That'll be the main focus. I think for Herald, like, I'm not going to overload you with like too many things in the lane to do. I think just learning how to harass without the aggro is going to be a huge step up. And then the second thing to think about, if you want bonus, if you know how to do the half pull, work that in a little bit more. Because this is if we go back to it, so this is where we start to do the pull. We're like heading to go do the pull. But look at where the creep equilibrium is. 1 melee creep, 1 range creep versus 2 range creeps, and then this creep's about to die, so we won't count it. So this is very close to equilibrium. It is very mildly pushing in our favor because the melee creep will tank these range creeps and you guys will start killing off the range creeps as they're squishy. But as your wave joins in and the next wave joins in, it's a very mild push forward. If you just play more, you'll also like I know this is not the easiest to identify right away, but it's what you work on to identify. So I can see it because I played a lot. This will very mildly push. So even without a pull, if you just sit in this lane and hit your own creeps, you'll fix it and it'll stay around this area. If you don't do that, a half pull will work. If you do a full pull, this lane will shove under your tower and you're going to shove out again. And that's how Ursa is winning this lane, which is what happens here. What could have been a very mild push forward is now like 5 creeps versus 1, you know? So of course this creeps get decimated. And then he either has to tank this creep wave or he's going to bring it under tower. So he's trying to keep it outside, but he is still attacking the creeps, which means as we get here, it does end up in equilibrium, but look how much health he lost for keeping it here. Now, he could have minimized that by running around in a circle, but then the offlaners could have also punished it by being up here. Instead, because he's free, because this guy is running in circles, he's now doing his own pull, so for the equilibrium we have, no one could stop this, which means it's now going to be up here again anyways. So this is another thing to identify on whether we actually want to pull or not. The goal is to keep the equilibrium here, roughly, more so than just like do pulls because we can. Okay, I'm gonna jump ahead, I think. What's the half pull timing? It's really not any different. It's very hard now to do it based off of a timing because you'll get different camps. So what I actually recommend is just to... It's pretty much the same timing as a regular pull. Let me go back 10 seconds. It's pretty much the same timing as a regular pull, right? I would be hitting it right now. You could wait a little longer if you wanted. And instead of just walking all the way through, you just sit here and tank it. And then when they launch an attack, you walk into the back half of the creeps. So there's not really a specific timing. I kind of do it by feel. I would wait I would do it right now. If I was Rubick, I attack this. And then the first attack hits me, I'm outside of the range. I then let the second attack start and I walk in further. If you want to try to time it so like the very first attack hits you, you can do that too. But if you miss that one, then you're cooked. You've now fully missed the pull. If you're trying to do it just based on timing, it would be like now. You would hit this, you would have launched the attack a little bit sooner than now. They would be firing the attack right now while you stand here, and you would walk in this way. And so that as the attack lands, you're catching like the back 2, back 3 aggro range, and the others are walking. This is actually a catapult wave, so the catapult would also come around, but let's ignore that. All right, I'm gonna jump forward. Let's see what's going on in the world. Thoughts on Taylor Swift getting... That's so funny, actually. My fiance saw that and was talking about it, and we're like, you gonna bring it up on stream? It's like, I don't think my stream's gonna care about that stuff. I don't have strong thoughts. I'm not gonna, like, trash it. I don't care for celebrity stuff, but not in a negative way. I don't know these people. I hope they have genuine happiness. Good for them. If it's not, then it's just more celebrity drama. Then, like, you know, whatever. I still don't care. So I hope it works out for them. I don't particularly care for her music, but it's fine, you know. Think about how to say this. I feel like we keep running in. We need to pick our favorite hero to play with. and try to hold that area, which is very hard to do in Herald, I understand. But it's kind of what you want to go for here. By the way, Aether Lens is a little bit overkill on Rubick as one of your first items. You have to be really free and not need anything else to go for it. I do think Yule's as a first item is pretty good this game versus these heroes. And then I would say like the Glimmer Cape that you've now queued up would be better than the Aether Lens. I think both of those are good purchases before the Aether, since your cast range is already super long. Blink could also be good because your team does not really have initiation. So you being able to blink and instantly lift would be good. Okay, I got kind of sidetracked there. Oh yeah, we died earlier in that fight. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really follow Taylor Swift, but I gotta say, of the celebrities, I feel like she seems to at least care more about being a positive influence. Again, I don't really follow everything, and I don't know the people, so who knows what's like real or not. That's why I tend not to follow celebrity drama and stuff. But my rough impression of her is that she does seem like at least a bit more caring than others. By the way, you gave away the fact that you have a ward there to steal from the Spirit Breaker. So unless you really want Bulldoze, it's probably not worth going for. You might have been trying to get charge, but you should, you know, be careful of that. Okay, you want to Yule's him in that situation, because otherwise... Okay, there's a couple tips here. Versus Spirit Breaker, and technically anyone who can jump you, but Spirit Breaker especially. Okay, Fade Bolt here was fine, and then stop. This creep will burn. You're going to miss the last hit on these two creeps. You can also use Arc Lightning to secure it. And then that's it. When you walk in like this is like, come and kill me. Anyone who can kill me, come and kill me. If you have those types of heroes, come and get me. I'm here. If you're split pushing as a support and there's any risk to you, a lot of times it's safer to just use one spell and then leave. Time that spell to secure a last hit and then let the others die. Because the alternative is that I die. Did I think Spirit Breaker could solo kill us? You know, maybe not. I didn't, you know... that part might have been a miscalculation, where if you use the spells a little differently, you live. So for example, lift him away, start walking, Yule's him, keep walking, and you're probably good to go. Glimmer as you get away further. But this can also happen for Storm Spirits, Void Spirits, Queen of Pains, you know, Invis Assassin heroes. There's a whole bunch of heroes that this fits the bill. Shoving the lane only requires one spell. We might miss CS, but it's better to stay alive. For example, because we die here, if I had Fade Bolted this and missed the CS, even if I missed every single CS, I am alive, so then I can farm this camp. And that would be better than now being dead and not being able to do anything. And actually, I guess it baited Doomed now also die. Unexpected. He's a living! Live boy. Gonna die to Tormentor burn damage. Dude, this is not the spot! Oh, that is too funny. That is too funny. Wind Ranger ratting in Herald. Alright, Wind Ranger seems to be doing well. I would just keep playing around Wind Ranger. Someone in Herald will be doing well. Every game... well, not every game. A lot of games, someone will be doing well. I just need that hero. So this fight, you know, like, sure. Go play top now. Set up vision for Wind Ranger. Stick around her. Telekinesis lift for her. That's all you really need to do. Like this one, this is fine in general. I'd say versus Zeus, it's kind of risky, especially as you guys get to the high ground sieging spot. We should lose it. But I want Wind Ranger to benefit from it. She's kind of being the best player on my team, it seems like. And she's on the top half. Now, will she come bottom half and play around this? Maybe. But if she's been camping top for a while, then that's who I want to help. And maybe she would have seen that charge coming in, and we wouldn't have just lost like nearly 2,000 gold to the enemy team. Try not to wander this area in the daytime. Even without the Spirit Breaker, this is usually a really dangerous area in the daytime because the enemies can see it, right? They just see this stuff. In the same way you guys see all this stuff, right? It's just really dangerous if they do want to initiate. So we can cut down your deaths by careful positioning and changing the way we push lanes. That's what led to this death, and ultimately the whole team being wiped too. I think Wind Ranger was still dead from earlier when you guys did this. So that's actually where you guys want to be careful and wait for Wind Ranger. And then maybe that kind of stuff won't happen. Okay, Wind Ranger's up. In theory, there's a correct place to play, objectives, blah, blah, blah. For most pub games, it's random. So let's see where Wind Ranger goes. She's TPing bottom. I am playing the bottom half of the map. You want to head top, Fade Bolt this once, keep going into the Twin Gate, rejoin her. You will have shoved out top without revealing yourself to the Spirit Breaker, and I will be next to the Wind Ranger. We're doing a little jungling here, which means now Venge has to deal with top, and I am still not near Wind Ranger. So now Wind Ranger is playing by herself again, and she is taking buildings because they're not dealing with it. Like, this is why the split... Dang, I needed to find a Herald game for the split pushing to work, right? Wind Ranger is doing a lot on her own, so imagine if she had you to back her up. Like, this is probably a guaranteed kill at that point. Rather than needing to hit the shackle on her own, you could have lifted this guy into her, and then she gets the shackle shot. Right? These much more guaranteed things. She's now taken 2 tier 3s on her own. Another hero kill on her own. And then, because she's on her own, she's now gonna be killed. She's alive! Alright, she should have died. She should have been killed. This is now becoming a very staggered fight for them. And every time they're getting those kills, where the heck is that? Big money. Big money. That's true. Yeah, maybe considering the Zeus, it's actually a good play to die to Tormentor for Doom. If you're carry farming and your team is dominating, do you switch to farming close to them to join early fights? Or do you stay away and farm since it's free space? Guardian, Learning, PL, Spectre, Sven, Naga. Okay, the 3 of those heroes don't join anything early. That's the Phantom Lancer, the Naga, and then the Spectre because you have Haunt, or Shadow Step now. So you don't want to join fights ever until you hit... unless you can teleport into the fight, pretty much don't go to it. That's not always going to be true, but as your general default rule, that's going to be the way to go for those 3 heroes. Until you hit the 2 to 3 item timing for PL and Naga, and then you can maybe join more. Spectre just she never really cares because of Shadow Step. Sven, you can join fights when you have your ultimate. And this is the hard part. You have to decide. Is it better to join a fight and do something, or is it better to farm stacks with the ultimate? Both can be good depending on the situation. So Sven can join earlier. As that earlier game breaks down, you go back to focusing on farming until you hit like Blink, Mask of Madness, Echo, BKB. And then you start joining fights a lot more often on the Sven. And positioning around your teams to join those early fights. Chow Cafe, no problem. Happy to help out. Yeah, Colonel Pike, thank you. Thank you for the more timestamps. Let's see. For Guardian, by the way, I would recommend Sven of those heroes. PL and Naga depend on teammates making space. And because you don't join until like that second or third item, a lot of the game is just like it's up to your teammates more than you. Spectre, that is also true to a degree because they need to do stuff so you can shadow step in, but it's easier to shadow step in with no coordination. It just happens, and as long as you work on your map awareness, you can show up. She's also just a pub classic and is good in that sense. I think Sven would give you the most individual control in Guardian. If you want to like practice being a good carry and adjust to the chaos of pub games, he's a strong laner. You can do a lot early, and his scaling is still good that he can win late games. Because people tend to clump up in Guardian, and you'll always get like some big AoE stun cleave. I would just like spam Sven and become really good at it. But of course, you don't have to just play one hero. You can play other heroes. 20% Sven win rate, by the way. You'll get there. I believe in you. Okay, let's take a look at this one. It sounds like another winning situation that drops into a losing one. You said Dark Willow mid popped off. Things were going well until they weren't. So that's about here. 15k gold lead looks good. I see one Roche happen back here. And then I guess we just never come back for it. It looks like their high ground is annoying. Or sorry, I thought Sniper was on their team. I got confused there. You guys actually have a really good lineup to end the game pretty safely, as long as you don't get distracted by ratting anti-mage, which maybe you do. If you guys just hit buildings with Sniper, I don't think they have an easy way to stop you guys. So I'm going to guess you guys just don't do that. Like you don't do a methodical siege, and it eventually falls apart to the anti-mage. This might be a fast one. This is chaos mode. It's always chaos mode now. Oh, no, I know what you mean. If there's a queue of the built-up donations, but there is not right now. We are in chaos mode, in fact. All right, so somewhere around here, anytime we just group up and go behind Sniper, we should be good. Like, Sniper just hits the buildings. Where are we? Shadow Shaman. All right, we got the Blink. You're thinking about the Spirit Vessel. I mean, they have a lot of healing. I'm kind of open to it. All right, it works out. Just a heads up. All right, we smoke. That means we want kills. The Blink is really powerful for this. You already have some pretty decent wards in this half of the map. And then you come over here and you drop the sentry. So this is going to put you in a situation. If you find an observer, you can't actually kill it without breaking your smoke. At which point, you can no longer smoke gank because you broke your smoke. If you find a sentry observer combo, this one is just a sentry. So this is best case situation for you. If this had been like observer sentry or observer sentry, your smoke is over. Even as you choose not to kill it, if they're paying attention, they'll see a sentry just appear out of nowhere, and that tells me there's a smoke going on bottom. Now, for the rank, they may not notice on the minimap, but it's still a bad habit to build. So if you have to have vision down here, you can kind of do what you're doing, but if your Dark Willow was popping off, like you said, and she smoked, you should just wait for someone to walk up, kind of like this, kill him, and then the smoke will be over. But because someone is dead, I will then feel comfortable to walk up even without the smoke, without the safety of smoke. I have the safety of this guy is dead, and so now I can check this, and I have full freedom to deward it if something is here as well. So I would recommend waiting, helping with this, which ultimately we do, but it could have gone a little better. And we're moving away right away. But what are we going to do here on our own? Nothing. So we should keep playing with them, because now you jump the Dragon Knight. Oh, there's no follow-up. It doesn't work. They jump someone 2v1 and it's not enough. Well, if you had been here, maybe you would have gotten a kill. Maybe they start a fight, and if you were here, you could help like change the difference, right? Like there's more potential impact here, along with the fact that you have your ultimate available, your Shadow Shaman. So you could drop the ultimate here with these creeps pushing in. You're not going to take this whole barracks unless they just don't show up. I mean, sure. But you are probably going to take half this tower if no one shows up, especially with Dark Willow, like rapid firing like that. Look, just that got about a fourth. So with your ultimate and then one more creep wave, you'd be at half. And that means just one more time, and then the job is done. Oh, so we get a kill, and then we get to work anyways. Yeah, so here's like half of it, right? Kind of works out. We'll take that. All right, we get this. So even though it's messy, it does kind of work out. We do get this bottom racks. Back out. Don't finish the job, but that's okay. All right, just repeat. But notice Sniper was not in that at all. Sniper and Wraith King weren't involved at all, and looks like Wraith King now went without you guys. So it seems to me the issue for you guys closing it out, like when I look at this draft, I'm pretty sure if you all five walk down buildings, they can't possibly stop you. And at some point, it helps for someone to say that. I guess that's the hard part about Dota, though, is identifying that, so you know. But the only reason you guys are dying is because you guys all just got picked off one at a time. If you guys were all grouped, there's no way Anti-Mage could have... He could have killed one hero, but that would have been it. So as soon as we decide to group up, we'll be good. But if we keep getting picked off, then they're going to get back into this. And that's probably what happens. I see Wraith King not really respecting that Anti-Mage was moving towards him. He is now dead. You TP'd top, even though I see action happening mid. So now we're not here fast enough to contribute to this fight. Our popping off Dark Willow is now dead as we get here. Ho ho, haha. Barely enough mana to do that.
Double kill.
Yeah, this fight, in the end, you get Anti-Mage, but it's overall pretty good for them, considering how far ahead you guys were. This is all just you guys coming in one at a time, or not with your full numbers. And now the gold lead is gone. A 6k gold lead at this point isn't really anything. Amazing. I don't know what's happening. Some camera work there. I have no idea if you should have done something better based on what you saw. So, gotta move the camera over here. Catching Phoenix to remove the egg is probably one of the best things you could do at this point. Controlling Necrophos is acceptable. Sniper is in a pretty good spot defensively, and they've already used gap closers to get to Dark Willow, so they can't really get to the Sniper. So I think from your position, if you had the blink available, You could come over here, get Phoenix. With no blink available, I think you just wait at this edge for this Dragonite stuff to end, catch him. Or if you had like a 4-staff, you could like make your way this side to the sniper. When did you blink right there? To help with the anti-mage? Yeah, okay. Probably like drop the ultimate here and then Spirit Vessel the guy as he's coming in. Earth King? That went a lot better for them than I thought, though. I think even with what you were doing, they just managed to get to the Dark Will and the sniper. Yeah, you gotta be real careful. You guys, you lost the fight, and then you like cut straight back through where you lost the fight. But potentially, part of the reason you lost the fight might be enemy vision in that area. So you want to be real careful of that. And then you want to be real careful of this. We lost, so we are in reset mode. This guy farming right here, real risky. You should both move this way and then shove in bottom, because you can threaten this bottom barracks as they go for mid. Like, draw the straightest line possible. Anytime you lose the fight, draw the straightest line possible to the next objective and to your throne, and there is a 70% chance that is what the enemy team is going to do. Because there's other things like, oh yeah, TB home, deal with lanes, like, oh, Tormentor, Roche, stuff like that. So rare, right? Pub games is like, all right, this is the closest thing to me, let's go. So that means everything close to this is then dangerous, because some core on the way here is going to get distracted and be like, oh, there's farm over here, and they're going to go that way. So you want to move away, and that's why you two can't be here, and you especially can't be like turning back in this way. Should be down here, so then as they are pushing mid, you'll be pushing in bottom. Like, you'd probably be like, do here right now, Ether Shock. Now, actually, okay, not with the... After you Ether Shock, you'd, like, wait over here. And then we're watching the mini-map to see if anyone comes home. Okay, they're still pushing. Walk out. Ether Shock. Hide. From, like, down here. And then blink ult if you needed to. This was enough that just the creeps would do it, so then we don't need to. So if we hadn't died earlier, your team could immediately make a play now, because you'd be up. But now we actually have to wait for you, and your team does not respect that. I see them thinking about fighting, even as you are not here yet. Fortunately, they did not. Oh, spoke too soon. All right, so as you TP in as fast as you can, and I see you looking at the creeps, the fight's over. Dark Willow got killed. So this, again, goes back to teams just not waiting for each other, not respecting the respawns and what the enemy team can do. Anti-Mage is dying to Blade Mail. He's too powerful. This game, where Anti-Mage is going to keep jumping at you and killing, you need a way to deal with him. Either a Ghost Scepter or a Glimmer Cape, something like that. Straight Refresher is really greedy. One, because with the build you have, your mana issues are actually going to be quite high in terms of actually using the Refresher. But then two, if Anti-Mage hits you like once, you're already going to struggle to use your regular spells, let alone the Refresher. And then you're going to have a hard time jumping into these fights doing anything when you have no defensive items. So you need a Ghost Scepter here or a Glimmer Cape. I would say Ghost Scepter is probably... they're both good, actually. Sick voice line, though. That's a good one. Excellent voice line. Oh, yeah, I did forget to change this. You're right. Crusader.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
All right, everybody's up. We TP'd straight out. Okay, let's just pretend they killed... Hold on. Let's keep in mind... Like, let's look at this map as we're all respawning. Let's go back further, okay? Because when you're dead, all you should be doing is looking at the minimap. All right, Phoenix, Anti-Mage, Undying, Necro, and then Dragonite respawning.
Dire's got one last top tower.
Anti-mage, starting to miss. Okay, showed up mid. Now could be going anywhere. From here, he could be going top. He could be going bottom. He's anti-mage, he's fast. Wraith King heading down here. Now, if they have a vision here, anti-mage definitely thinks he can solo kill Wraith King, and he can. And if they had a ward there, let's pretend we don't know, as if I can't see it on this mini-map due to a bug, he's going to be heading down here. Especially as Wraith King potentially shows on this wave, gets distracted once the Phoenix dove away, which means Phoenix knew this was coming. So Wraith King, no sense of danger, continues to chase. But me watching this as I'm dead, I might ping him, but I also know it's dangerous down here.
Guess what's happening to Dyer's
Necro's here, still haven't seen Anti-Mage. So Dark Willow is now going to blindly teleport in. I have no idea where Anti-Mage and Undying are at this point. Dragonite is also up, and like, where is he? Right? Could he have TP'd here and started like running out? I don't know. But she's gonna blindly teleport in when she can be solo killed. And then you are gonna teleport into this creep wave. So if Anti-Mage is in this area, might have killed her, might have decided I don't want to deal with Dark Willow until I have some help. Now I see a support teleporting here, or he's chasing this Wraith King down here. But you should at least teleport into the tree line and then come out and just Ether Shock and be careful. And because I still haven't seen anything, like Anti-Mage just now joined the fight. Because I haven't seen anything, I'm going to be really careful. I'm going to Ether Shock and save the blink to blink out like as quickly as possible. But you are in the middle of the creep wave, which means you are as visible as possible for any of these heroes who want to jump and kill you. And we have no defensive items. That one's a little bit of a hopeful ultimate. And that's where you also have a little save my buddy syndrome. Gotta just let Dark Willow die there. That's not very 12K behavior. What voice lines are coming out? I can't hear them flaming. Was it not 12K behavior score of them? Thank you. Hopefully we get to do it again next year and we come up with better voice lines. I kind of panicked. It felt like having homework again at school. They told me, like, there's going to be a bundle. Here's some stuff you have to do to set it up, and then you need it in by this time. We'll give feedback. I didn't really get feedback. They were just like, approved, and I was like, oh, okay. I thought they were going to be like, hey, I would recommend this or that, because I never did the process before. I think I'm happy with the 12K behavior score one. The other one wasn't great, but I was kind of panicked on coming up with stuff, and I thought it was like oh, we'll give you feedback. So I was like, okay, I'll just put something in, and like, maybe they'll say it's okay, but maybe I can change it later. And then they're like, it's approved, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that's the line now. That's both the lines. Maybe next time we'll get something different. Here, you are mostly in the right spot, ignoring that your team is again leaving the base, but you want to pick whoever you think is doing the best. In many cases, it's usually a sniper that you want to protect because he's such a classic long-range damage-dealing hero. Let's just pretend it's sniper for the sake of our own positioning. So I know they want to kill him, so I want to be back here ready to help him. Now, technically, he should get a BKB and just, like, blink BKB, kill sniper, and there's nothing you can do. He didn't do that. So I know when Anti-Mage jumps, we can get him. So you would just want to, like, stay where you are, waiting for someone to get to the sniper. And then you see how you're walking down? This is where we're starting to lose focus. We're like, oh, I'm going to help him kill the Undying, but I don't need that. I need him alive, and I need people jumping him to not be able to do that. And as soon as you show helping him to like lock down this Undying, Anti-Mage or Dragonite will just blink and kill him. So we have to stay back. I would say like behind these trees are good. And then right here, I have to wait 1 second. And then now I blink in, and then I go, oh shit, 3 illusions, which one's real? But he's dying, so we just throw it out and we pray. We pray that it's the highest health one. I mean, it did occur to me, the meta of like, if people like the voice lines, I make more money. But I think that's hard to predict, you know? Like, I don't know if when they finally released it and I like listened through the voice lines, I don't know if I would have predicted the ones that ended up the most popular to the pros that they're using in the matches, you know? And like what runs into the game. So as much as I would like to theory craft min-max, here's the best voice line, I don't know if that's can you will into existence meme power, you know? All right, let's do the next one. You know what, Colonel Pike, you've been helping me with the timestamps. Let's do yours. That's why chaos is fun. I can nepotism every now and then. I get to do that. Ha ha ha. Warlock 5. Guardian. We're reaching the point of the day where I'm getting tired of standing, but Hef is still sleeping in my chair. What can I do? What I will do is get some water before we start this one. I'll be look at the damage numbers. Wait, let me take a look. Whoa, that's a lot of damage. You don't even take the other facet. That's crazy. Warlock versus Meepo things. Yeah, that's true. Okay, guys, I need to get more water. Probably some hot water, too. We're reaching that point where the voice is going to start going. Let's get some tea and all that. Okay, I'll be right back. And then we can... Ooh, I see a good question about why Warlock is good. If you guys don't already discuss that while I'm gone, I can answer that. I'll be right back. I'm going to run the ads for Twitch. I always forget to do this, but if I'm taking a break, I might as well get them out of the way now. Okay, I'll be right back. I have so many cups over here. Okay. Oh, I never downloaded it. Fool that I am. All right, we're gonna do this Warlock game. Which your question, just copied this and I lost it. Oh yeah, you've usually been doing well on Warlock, but then this one went poorly, so you're wondering about like positioning in team fights and all that. Avoid getting gone on by Wraith King. That's a good question. Let's take a look at that. And then someone asked about Apocalypse. You feel Warlock is not good, but everyone seems convinced he's great. There is definitely potential to grief with Warlock in the laning stage, in that you shove the lane, like you mentioned. But the trade-off is usually that if done correctly, the way Warlock does it is quite good. So for example, let's say you press Q on the full creep wave and 2 enemy heroes. It's gonna shove in. They're also gonna take like 300 damage. And you're, in theory, we might actually see this Warlock do it here. Hold on, let's just jump into the landing stage. Might see this. Okay, so this is perfect, right? It's okay. If you actually want more healthy creeps, because you'll get, no matter what, you will shove the lane with Fatal Bond, so long as it connects to like 2 creeps. So if the lane is gonna shove, I at least want to min-max on that, and the more healthy creeps there are in the lane, the sooner, like the more value you are gonna get for the cost of shoving in the wave, and the same flat cost of the spell and all that. It looks like a fight happened earlier because I saw it just come off of cooldown, so I guess you couldn't have used it sooner. But anyways, so we use it here, we start attacking. You actually walked up a little too far. They could have gotten a really good trade on you if they attacked more. Yeah, just hit whoever's closest. It doesn't matter because they're all fatal bonded, right? With that one fatal bond, Slardar lost almost half his health, and then Grimstroke's at half health. This guy's full health, Jug's full health. Yes, the lane could potentially be shoving. This is like Guardian, so they kind of did some stuff to also shove in the lane, which kind of balanced out, which is nice for the lower rank games. For higher rank games, they'll avoid that and the wave will push in, but in theory, they are so low health that they can't kill you, right? Like Grimstroke Slardar is a good kill lane combo, ignoring the fact that Juggernaut has the spin. But if they are both half health, and a huge creep wave is shoving into them, and at that time, Warlock just goes to do a pull in one of these camps, while the Juggernaut is already level 2, these guys are half health, like, how are they going to kill Juggernaut? So they go, okay, we lost a lot of health, let's just heal under the tower with this giant creep wave, and then that means you're not getting the contest on the pull camp, and then the next wave comes here, and then Warlock goes, hey, check this out, Fatal Bonds! And then he does it again. So, although you keep the lane bouncing back and forth, by doing pulls in between it, you do so much damage that the carry should be fine. But it is possible to mess that up as the Warlock. It's possible for the carry to mess it up. But usually the combination of Fatal Bonds and Shadow Word is just so much sustain that it's very difficult to deal with. You let Grimstroke hit you a lot there for free, by the way. You should probably trade a little bit more. And then also stop trading with him because he actually doesn't matter. Go hit this Slardar. Grimstroke can't do anything to Juggernaut. He can get surprised by Stroke of Fate, but in theory, Blade Fury dodges, or it's not like perfect immunity anymore, but, you know, 80% magic resistance to everything Grimstroke does. It is just the physical bash of Slardar that would set up the magic combo then from Grimstroke. So if you just keep Slardar low, this Grimstroke can't really do much. So don't worry about trading with him, just trade with the Slardar as much as possible. And then when he does back up, then you can hit Grimstroke. Anyways, your question was about late game teamfight positioning, so I just wanted to take a look at that lane as an example of what we're talking about. Like, he's missing some last hits, but even in this rank, you see how, like, Juggernaut has been mostly free in this lane, even as it pushes up and down. Like, they haven't been able to come to Juggernaut because of how much damage Warlock is doing with Fatal Bonds. And that's kind of why it works in the laning stage, even though it shoves in. And usually that's quite bad to do. But yeah, this... Ooh. Right, so then Juggernaut, free farming. You could drag the wave over here, and then you Fatal Bonds everything. Fatal Bonds the camp, Fatal Bonds some creeps to the heroes, and now you're reflecting even more damage as they try to contest up whole camp. You guys actually should have brought this over to do that. Right here, you could do it. And it would now reflect a bunch of damage. In a good spot, too. Jug could potentially spin, run at them. Okay, let's just jump ahead. Let's go find some stuff. Oh, wait. I jumped too far ahead. I forgot this is Meepo. Well, is this... Oh, first, let's just enjoy all that damage going into Meepo there. It's your replay, so let me ask. Versus a Meepo, I would usually look for specific things to slow down Meepo. But it's very specific because it's... Technically, it's about any momentum hero, but it's especially about Meepo, which you only run into once in a blue moon, and then 50% of the time it's a Smurf that even if you do what I'm talking about, but he's 4,000 MMR higher than you, like, what does it matter? So if you want to just focus on the late game stuff, ignoring the fact that it's Meepo in particular, we can do that. Maybe the Wraith King was the Smurf in this case. Uh-oh. Smurf and Meepo on a different Smurf? His farming is pretty good for this rank. We can keep an eye on it to see if we think it's a Smurf. Not that it really matters. That's a pretty good last hit. Map awareness too. Not getting baited by an Ancient Apparition support because he knows he needs to farm up Radiance. What rank is he supposed to be? Guardian 5?
Best do something about that bottom tower. Guess what's happening to Dire's coming up.
I'm not going to confirm or guarantee this is a Smurf, but I will say some of these habits are often lacking in Guardian to Crusader players. A lot of what he's doing, it is suspicious. The farm pattern is really efficient for this rank, and then the looking around the map and the micro of stuff. Look at that. Look how fast he looked at Ancient Apparition. I mean, I am sped up a little bit, but pulled it out of the camp and everything. Yeah, this is... I don't know. I'm kind of with you. Pretty suspicious. I am sus. How would you identify a Smurf for someone having a good game? So that's why I would usually be very, very, very careful with throwing out the Smurf. A lot of people throw out Smurf very quickly when, like you said, it could just be someone having a good game. But there are various habits that you see in certain ranked players. So as someone who has watched a lot of replays from people's perspectives, like I'm telling you, as we switch from that Wraith King's perspective to now this Warlock's, how often are we going to see Warlock click over here, click this hero to check the item, and then back to his hero, and then like micro something somewhere else, and then like check this? Like, I'm not trying to flex, but like you watch me play, right? When I play on the rare days we actually play Dota, because I'm now a Factorio streamer. But but like I come over here, I call my courier, I shift queue my courier to this cliff. How many Crusader games would you have to watch to find a support player who does that? Even if they're having a great game, like they're being fed and everything. How many people are you gonna see do that? And then like every time they arcane boots, like you see me drop multiple items and then arcane boots. How many times do we see a Crusader player do that game to game to game? there are certain habits that whether you're having a good game or not, you usually only build those habits after being like, that's why you're high rank, because you're doing all these habits consistently. And that goes beyond having a good game. But why I usually am, for a single game, I wouldn't usually be like, this guy's a smurf. You know, I would have to look at multiple games. But for the rank we're at, the habits that he is expressing are not common in this rank. So we either have someone who came from League or something like that, you know, or has played Dota before. A little bit more than this rank suggests.
Radiant's top tower. All right, carry on.
Oh, there's definitely, I mean, I am literally someone who tries to instill those habits on lower ranked players. I'm not trying to use it offensively, you know, but like, hey guys, this is a good trick to use. Hey, you should use your couriers to do this. And if a Herald player starts watching my videos and they start incorporating the habits, someone watching might be like, hey, that's weird. Like, why is a Herald player doing that? You know, he's a smurf. But he could be someone who is just like trying to improve and starting to build in those new habits. That is true. But it's the collection. Because the thing is like, if you had a certain amount of good habits that you were consistently doing, you would naturally gain MMR. Now, it might be someone who has just started the power train, right? Again, that's why I'm like cautious with a smurf, because we can come up with a million reasons of why it's not a smurf, but it's just rare that you would happen to catch someone in the beginning of their power arc of like, I'm going to take Dota seriously, I'm going to start working on all these good habits, I'm going to do it every single game, and you actually do it, you know, and you get to that point. So if someone is doing too many good habits consistently, it's very suspicious of a smurf. More than someone showing me a score like, this guy's 19-0, he's got to be a smurf. Nah, I don't care. I would have to look at the game and like watch their perspective, and then I would judge based on habits. We kill the smurf. This is what gets smurfs the most, by the way, is overconfidence. Not that that's what happened here. You guys kind of ganked him. But like, as a smurf, they just don't go into the game as seriously. You know, like the TI games that are about to happen, they're going to be going in so sweaty. Like, okay, here I am versus Nisha. I got to do like every like little mechanic. I'm going to be like, we're going to be communicating. We're going to be doing everything. Smurfs going into games, they're like, these garbage people. I'm like doing whatever. Ha ha ha. Right? Oh, I'm going to kill this guy for free. Ha ha ha. And that's how you beat Smurfs, is they do that once, you punish them, and they go, was it me? It can't be. I'm a Smurf. Treant killed me. He's the garbage support. And they start getting angry, and they're like, you don't deserve to win, Treant. I was ganked top for not watching the minimap. That you didn't ward where I was farming. It's your fault. You don't deserve to win. I'm breaking my items. And that's how you occasionally beat Smurfs. You just like make them mad based off the overconfidence. You have to punish it like once or twice. I'm not saying it's good, that it's doable. Like, yeah, balancing and like banning Smurfs would be ideal, but it is actually doable enough to like, I win games with Smurfs, I lose games versus Smurfs, but sometimes I win games versus Smurfs, and that's, you know, that's the few extra games you need to gain MMR sometimes. It's the system we're in, so, you know. Okay, anyways, let's focus. I don't think we've given any Warlock feedback. Okay, let's focus up, guys. Focus. Okay, now here's a good tip. I've been getting killed by meepos and Wraith Kings. You actually haven't been killed yet. You're doing quite well. But it's usually quite scary to move out here. You guys just happen to win a pretty good fight. A fight good enough that people paused on each other. Now, with my 2 observers and 3 sentries, I really like to get some deep wards down. Because it's not every day I, as a slow Warlock, can walk this way, It takes a while, It takes a while, and it's dangerous. Like, any of these guys could kill me on their own. So if a single one is missing, I get scared. They're now dead, and I got 3 teammates with me. So now is the time for you, in this exact situation. I would say something I would do is walk this way, staying in the tree lines. If you think they have vision, you could check with the sentry. But I would walk through here. I would move my way up through here because this might be captured, so you don't want to go this way. You always want to hug the top edge, and then you can see it. Even without seeing it, you can move through the top, and then you can place an observer. If you have a way to cut trees, on this spot's great. Here is great. You want to do here. You don't even want to walk up. You're too scared. Put it here, like walk here, place it here. That's good. Right now I have a pretty good deep ward in this area, and it's safe to do so because we just won the fight. They should be all retreating from here. I have my team. Maybe I die, but my team gets a return kill because I'm not like beelining ahead of them, right? They're going to be somewhat nearby. So this is the safest time to do something risky, and I want to do it. Our own tier 2 is always something I can kind of walk to, you know? And I shouldn't even be the one doing this. Centaur, who I can only imagine is all chat typing right now, and is not farming, right? He should be the one dealing with this. Or one of the cores, right? The cores love to farm. If they need to go be efficient, they just use their ultimates. Let's say Juggernaut, right? He just used Omni Slash. It's still on cooldown from earlier, but let's pretend he just used it. He's like, I don't really want to fight as they respawn. I want to just go back to farming. He could be the one going to do this while I continue to then like go place those deep wards. Bottom side also could work. I would walk through here, check this area with a sentry. If you want to keep going, check this area with a sentry. And at that point, potentially place something in the river. The further you go, the more sentries we have to check, because if they watch me place it here, that's not a sneaky observer. It's just an observer that's going to die. So the further I go, the more sentries I have to check. And depending how much time I have left, you know, how far can I get? So this is a mischanced for a deep ward from you. And now we're going to have 2. And where are we going to place them? It might end up being on a defensive side observer, which you can kind of do at any time. But you can't always place the ones up here. They end up sticking around too long. Maybe they would have died. Be careful of this. You see how you walked through here? You warded. You were invis, so maybe they didn't see you. And then you suddenly appear out of nowhere walking this way. I would be really suspicious. If I was the enemy team, I'd be like, I think something in this area is warded. The spot you placed is fine, but you got to think about, like, am I now showing on the way out? Which is what this one is. You want to avoid that? Well, how do I place this and then walk back out without being spotted? You would have to go, like, this way. Or place this, TP out, stuff like that. Alright, we need to get further, because you mentioned getting jumped by the Wraith King, which we haven't even seen. So we have to get further into the game. Perfect time to deep ward, which you did place this time. So this one's good, right? How often do I feel comfortable coming up here? This time I have the whole team, so I want to leave a ward in this area. Alright, we just kind of caught meepoed there. Your ultimate was actually pretty good. Caught everyone. But meepo did meepo things. You may not die now, but do be careful of this. Alright, so first of all, this guy was already farming it. So does it take 2? Not usually. Now you thought they were pushing, so you were coming in ahead of time. That's good. What is the best case scenario for this to work though, right? I think they're pushing top. I want to come help defend. I want to surprise them. I want them to think this is an empty tower, maybe just the Ancient Apparition, and they go for it, and suddenly I'm already here, and then more people TP in. But if I walk up, and this guy can already deal with this creep wave, granted, Ancient Apparition is not the best at dealing with this amount of different stuff, so I kind of get it, but now they know, oh, this is what we're getting into. There's an Ancient Apparition and a Warlock here. I was about to jump him, but now what if I get golemed under the tower and people TP in, right? Now they're going to be a little bit more cautious. Now the danger is if, I don't know if I can get this Ancient Apparition. Like, I don't know where Warlock is. I don't know where, you know, this other core is. So I'm going to be careful. I'm going to farm this camp. And then maybe they have an observer somewhere alive in your jungle. And they go, oh, Lena's over here. Oh, and Warlock's here. Okay, that's fine. I'm not worried about these two heroes. I'm gonna go. Or maybe at that moment, like Juggernaut starts shoving in a lane, and they go, oh, okay, that's where he is. You know, now we can jump. So the more out of sight you can be, the better. Even if you end up using spells, for example, you could be like under a tree or on this left side, using one of your spells from afar, rather than being up this close with the Ancient Apparition. This is where if he's going to kill you. And if I look at the map, right, they could have been here, they could have been here. If I was going to die, this is where the blink stun comes in, and then I die. Unfortunately, your deep ward actually is giving you some information, so it wasn't too scary. It's a pretty good fight, actually. What can we get out of this? Roche or tier 2 mid would be good. Even if this guy's smurfing, you guys are actually doing pretty well. It's an even game. Maybe he's not smurfing. Oh, you said he had like 40 games, which is highly suspect. See, at this point, you guys just want to wait for your golem to be back up. You probably want a Ghost Scepter. Their cores are all really right-click focused. Meepo will poof you, which is a lot, but they still mostly right-click. They might eventually buy a Ghost Scepter, but yeah, this was mostly through right-clicks, for example. By the way, also, so you see how you want to deal with this wave, so you're running in. This guy's thinking the same thing, you're running in. As support players, we are always at the disadvantage. When we both run into each other like this, we almost always lose, right? It's rare that Wraithen goes, oh shit, Warlock, ah! You know, and runs away. And he probably can because he has the blink and the phase and the manta. You know, we just die. We die. That's what happens here. We die. So the way you actually want to do this, okay, I want to push top, right? I want this wave to push in. I want to do it as safely as possible. One way for Warlock specifically, right? I shadow word this back creep. The shadow word AoE will heal my creeps, and it will do enough damage to the enemy creeps so that if no heroes are up here, that's enough. That will push in the lane. Over time, it will push with that one spell, and they're gonna know I'm up here because they're gonna be like, huh, that creep's got shadow word. Weird. They're gonna know I'm here. But I'm gone, you know? I'm not here where I died. I could have cast it here and left. I could have cast it from like back here and the creep is still going up. They're not going to know. So that's one way to do it safely. You can also just give it more time. You got caught in the day to night cycle here, but you're walking with the creeps pretty closely. This is like the cast range of your spells. So from here, the most likely danger is from the right side. Technically, the left side is available too, but the inside of the map is where the most farm is, and that's the most likely area cores are going to come from. So as a general rule, like in this area, more danger would be from this right side than this left side. So I, as the Warlock, would actually still be waiting in these trees to let the creeps move forward, and then as the creeps meet each other, I will move through the left, cast a spell, and then run away this way. But I'm going to wait here because these creeps moving forward are giving me information. They might run into a creep wave and nothing happens for a little bit. That gives me confidence. I'm going to walk in and drop it. Or situations like this where a core is looking to farm and they're walking in. I'm going to see that from back here as the Warlock. and I'm still biding my time waiting for these creeps to run to the enemy creeps to decide if it's safe or not for me to move forward, I'm going to see this guy coming in to kill the creeps, and I'm going to go, whew, thank goodness I didn't walk forward, you know? And I'm going to now go reposition. I'm going to go somewhere else, stack jungle. I'm going to wait for him to like push forward. I might like glimmer around, get ready to creep cut something. But these creeps give me the information to know that this stuff is happening or not, and that's what keeps me alive. So when you're split pushing, let the creeps go forward farther. You actually did try to do it to some degree. I don't know intentionally or not, but they were ahead of you, but you need to let them be even further ahead of you to let you see Wraith King without him seeing you is just the way it's gotta be when you're trying to survive, which is very important for support players. But it's also true in general. Like, core players should do it too. I think some people run into Smurfs more, to be fair. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, we saw this earlier when you jumped in. Unfortunately, we still died. Hold on, wait. This is our first real big fight in a little bit, so let's break this down and then we can talk more about Smurfs. So your team probably just shouldn't have been up too far without everyone, and the deep wards placed earlier eventually got found. At this point, this is kind of a losing fight, so you should probably just let this guy go. And back out. You at least got a kill for it. But after they already died up here before you were up, that's kind of a losing fight. Smurfs. So for example, I think party queue smurfing is a little bit more, like if you play party queue games, especially unranked, you're a little bit more likely to run into someone smurfing to, even if it's justifiable, you know, like I just want to play with my friends, like I get it, still smurfing. Or, yeah, I'm going to boost this guy, you know, smurf. Whatever the intentions, I think you tend to see it a little bit more in party queue. Smurfing definitely happens in solo queue. I'm not going to deny its existence. I do think it's the kind of person to deflect blame is also likely to like really call out Smurfs, you know? And to some degree, it doesn't even matter. Like, even if this Wraith King is smurfing, this is actually a very winnable game. It matters in that, you know, the honor of the game is being defiled by smurfing, but it is possible to beat Smurfs. People often talk about it like it's this impossible thing, but Smurfs are just other players. And they'll mess up. Like when some pro is at his height, you can't be like, Nisha. Remember that phase when people were like Nisha's smurfing in pro matches because he was like so on point in the mid lane? There was that phase where he was like so above everyone else. I mean, that applies to like a bunch of different players at different times when they're at their peak. It's like they're smurfing in their game, but sometimes they still lose, you know, because it's not just the smurf, it's the whole team game. All right, this fight is, it just starts a little scattered. First of all, be careful. I appreciate that you actually did take a relatively safe route. Instead of cutting through here, you went around the edge. I'm gonna tell you, you gotta go even wider. You gotta even go like all the way around. Now I know this is happening right now, so you're like, I'm trying to get there fast. But instead of it being the ancient apparition being killed, it could be you, because where you are at is at the vision of the cliff ward or people standing here looking for things to do, and then you come through, right? So yeah, you didn't like walk through here, but you're still very much in all these cores will blink, stun, kill you. So we have to go even wider around, definitely outside the vision of the cliff. And depending how scared you want to be and like where you think observers might be at the edge of stuff, which would then see back here, you might have to go even all the way around the base. This is another sign though okay, we can't fight. Like, we have to push other lanes and wait. It's very tough versus a Meepo. But we still don't really want to fight. This was really risky, walking up the left side. In the end, they weren't there. Kind of initiate, get some good spells, but we don't have all the heroes here, and that's why this fight ends up not being the best. Here, so let's say I'm Warlock. Up to here was pretty good. So now what are my goals? Like a Shadow Word, a Core. It'll get some healing and damage in on the Juggernaut or the Lina. Maybe on my Golem, you know, send that one in. So that could be something I do. Fatal Bonds is up, and this is still a strong spell. So if I wait in the back to get a good Fatal Bonds, that would also be pretty meaningful. Providing detection, if they have Invis, that can be another thing, which Sentry, like around here, would be enough to catch like some of this stuff. So those are good. Those are kind of all the things I see. Oh, Glimmer Cape, of course. Glimmer Cape allies if I need to save them. So if I get like a little closer as they need help, I can do that. But he's full health, right? Am I going to attack Grimstroke? No. What's that going to do? Compared to Juggernaut and Lina and my Golem, even my Golem, right, is going to do more in right clicks. I don't need to attack this guy. I'm not going to try to attack this guy, right? So I don't need to move up. Where you're at right now is actually quite good. You could even be further back, like Shadow Word Lina and then be back. Because if I have to Shadow Word Juggernaut, I'm getting a little close. I'm getting into the, like, they're going to blink, stun, kill me. And these skeletons, I'm actually not fully sure on the vision range of the skeletons, and I don't think it says here. But the regular creeps, let's pretend these were regular creeps, right? If around here is when they can see me. So the further back I am, I'm out of creep vision, and I'm not going to be jumped and killed. Up to here, still okay. And then you see you, like, walk into here. This is where I'm starting to get too close as the Warlock. Like, what am I really going to do this close to the fight? If I, like, maybe I Fatal Bonds these guys, but do we really need to do this fight? Like, push up to our own high ground? Not really. We should actually just be backing up here. So especially as I get here, I am way too close. I am way too close to the fight. The whole time, I still could have just been standing still here, and I'd be in a pretty good spot to Fatal Bond, you know, like, you did do the Fatal Bonds. But you can also Fatal Bonds from further back. You know, so this, you know, it's like, why am I up here? What am I doing? I should be, like, behind the Lina. I should be back here. This is too far up. I am scared. He's choosing to kill the Ancient Apparition, but easily could have chosen you instead. Sentry for the tree. I mean, here, like, if we sentry that, sure, but, like, what do we do? I see him, and the plan is retreat. So if the plan's retreat anyways, I can cut that retreat now. I can't fight anyways with the 3 heroes that are up. So now they're getting some objectives for free because our team has been fighting without full power a couple times. Like, here's another one. Ancient Apparition just spawned, so can technically launch the ult. But Ancient Apparition's not here to use the other abilities and amplify the damage being dealt, along with Golem still being down. Getting too close. Getting too close. We are sitting on Shadow Word a little bit there. It's a long duration. Feel free to throw it out early on a hero that might go in. For example, Centaur, you Shadow Word him early, because if someone's going to blink in, it's him. And by the time he blinks in and starts taking damage, I don't want to Shadow Word him at that point. So you can Shadow Word ahead of time and not have to deal with that. these are the moments where it's good to bring your courier out. I am glad you're checking it, but after the fight is over and they're probably leaving the area, having a courier come in at this time is much easier than like we won the fight, bring it out for now. Now if you're ahead of all that, great, but you know it is. Whiffed the Wraith King. To be honest, even if you hit him, it would have been hard to do because I think only Centaur was there with you. It was one core with you, which would have been tricky. I think Hef left the chair, but he came back. And I didn't sit down in time, and now I'm stuck standing again. Alright, so as we enter this fight, right, thought process of Warlock. We already used the Golem, but we can still get the good Fatal Bond, Shadow Word, Upheaval. If someone is low and needs the Shadow Word Glimmer, I'm willing to do it. For example, Centaur, kind of willing to do it here for him. I also think Meepo might be in the area, though. The fight has been going for a couple seconds here, right? He should be, if he was in the area, he should be heading in. So I am kind of scared to show right now, lest he jump and kill me. Granted, I've already used Golem, so he shouldn't care that much about killing me. This is very good. Shadow Word! He canceled it? I think that was a self-cancel. May not matter in the end. Was it the bash? I didn't see the bash notification. Maybe it's because he's so tall. He bashed like right after that too. So I thought cooldown wise, I don't know if that's possible. All right. Kind of won the fight and then placed all our observers in this like line. This is where you might be able to move a little further out because they just lost heroes, they're respawning, so you may not want to place too many like this in case you do move out. You still have one more with you, so we might have that. But the last one looks like we put on this cliff anyways, which, ignoring the fact that they're now gonna kill it. This has been a hotly contested area, so you should be really careful with observers here. But in case we do manage to get another pick off or something and we move out on the map, I now have no observers to place at that time. So I'm not going to be able to take advantage of the opportunity. So we do want to be careful of that. And then because we moved up as a team under that area, that's why we got found. It wasn't really... The bigger thing is your team should be careful of moving into here separated. So we don't have this outpost. So that bottom fight kind of went poorly for them, but they've now had time to regroup. He just killed a ward here, so I actually think your team should recognize they probably have... There's a very high chance they have an observer here, or just in this general area for how hotly contested this has been. And Centaur's like dancing under there, you're coming up. Technically, we have the support of the team, but we are doing this at a disadvantage if we think they have vision here, especially because these guys are over here and Jug's over here. So I don't know where they are. I know Wraith King has a blink, so he could easily join a fight in this area, and then there could be more heroes in this area as well. I know for a fact my team is not here. They might not know, right? They may not have vision of these guys and think like, oh, could they all be behind them? But we have potentially an observer seeing 2 heroes, and I'm not seeing the other 3 heroes. So Grimstroke was a little bit on his own, but then as the rest of the team shows up, this is where we are too far forward, but the team is still kind of doing stuff like this. that's why we're now getting got. Desolina. Haven't seen that in a bit. This is actually a wacky build. Can I sit down, Hephaestus? I'm getting tired. I'm tired. Is channel points redemption on the table? Not today. We did do it one of the other days. At first, I wasn't going to do it. I think I will accept it in the future, but... Okay, guys. I am sitting on 1 inch of chair. 1 singular inch of chair. Okay, guys, post your not your chairs, maybe your chairs. Post your match IDs. Chaos, go, go, go. What kind of replays would you recommend to submit for review? So these are for you. Sometimes I request stuff. I'm like, hey guys, if you have examples of this, it'd be great for a video. But really the whole reason we're doing this replay analyses is for you guys. Not trying to like paint myself like some kind of saint, but I want it to help you. So if there is a question you have, that is the most useful. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Or like, why did this go poorly? If you know why you lost a game, like, yeah, I missed all my spells. You know, watching an average ZQuixotix stream, yeah, he missed all his spells, he lost. You don't really need me. But if you're not sure, I think I'm good at Crystal Maiden. I have a 20% win rate though, so I'm not. Something's happening. What is it? That's what I can help with. So that would be my recommendation. Something with a question you have and no answer or theory behind it that you need help with. I also think the more questions you have, the easier it is to give more direct feedback, which could be useful, but it's not strictly required. That would be my general recommendation. I can show the predictions, but I hadn't really done it seriously too much until... I was waiting to see what this was. Hef didn't like that I didn't give him space, so he left. And I have a full chair now. I haven't seen these guys play in a bit. Where do I think they'll go? Keeping them there might be fine. Oh, nice. We go hard. Sick. I wanted to my ban list to try to get rid of this heroes counters. What heroes do I include? Depends what you don't like playing into. I would say anti-mage, you run into him a lot in pub games, and he is very annoying for Pugna to deal with just because you don't have any crowd control. And at some point, he can get to you with the magic resistance and just kill you pretty easily. Granted, you've got Decrepify, but, I mean, he farms fast. He gets Nullifier. In a way, it's a fine matchup because while he's farming, you can push the tempo really quickly. Or if he's on your team, you can make space. But just in terms of dealing with him, it's annoying, I feel, because he's always blinking in and out. And there's not much you can do once you reach that point, which many pub games do. I would consider the anti-mage. People who gap close and are mobile, but don't actually use that much mana are annoying. So for example, technically, I don't have the lockdown for Storm Spirit. But when Storm Spirit comes to me, he also gives me like a regen rune worth of healing if I have the Siphoning Ward down. So I actually don't care that much. Same with like Void Spirit and Puck. It is annoying, but they use so many spells that the Siphoning Ward gets a lot of value. So you could ban them, but I think it's not that bad. I think it's the right-clicking, long-ranged, low mana cost heroes that are a pain, and who also might be mobile. So for example, I feel like I run into Ricky all the time in pubs. That would be very annoying for me as a Pugna. He doesn't really care about what I do, and he could just silence me, kill me, things like that. Maybe if we pull up... Let me see. If I pulled up a most played heroes for the brackets, maybe we could just run down and be like... the top heroes to ban. People who have a natural dispel could also be annoying. So like Oracle. You could consider an Oracle ban, because Oracle has a pretty good pub win rate, but not a high pick rate. So maybe it's not the biggest deal for you. Silencer kind of goes both ways. Hate being silenced, but he has a huge mana cost. But you could remove him if you want. Let's see. I'm going to sort by most picked in Legend. Let's see. Queen of Pain would be kind of annoying. She can get the silence on the shard. I would consider that. Rubick stealing my shit, casting it from further away at a larger AoE could be annoying. Silencer, just talked about that one. Juggernaut, I think, is fine. I think Anti-Mage is annoying. Vengeful Spirit doesn't really have high mana cost and could swap you and stun you. That one's probably okay to remove. Wraith King, maybe. Wraith King's pretty popular. I think you work well with Wraith King. And you can kind of farm the skeletons, but also kind of not. He might be worth it. I haven't done my fantasy yet. I did see some Reddit posts on it, though. I would recommend that. Check the Dota 2 subreddit. Look for TI Fantasy Guide, something, something. There's usually a couple that get posted. And they'll have a lot more in-depth statistics on what to do. Techie's late game items, probably like a Scythe or an E-Blade. If you blast off, triple mine, E-Blade them, they can't hit the mines without popping BKB, stuff like that. Which is where the Hex comes in. You can Hex them, stun, Hex, Hex, into stun, into the triple mines. Like, there's a bunch of different combos for that. Those are all good. All the usual support items to, like, stick on your teammates are good. Octarine for lower cooldown spells is okay. All right, let's see. Let me read through. Where's your NA Pride? Why is Wildcard not 4-0? Pride only gets you so far. There's times to be grounded in reality. And that's why this is the 6th year I'll be putting TI winners as liquid. It happened eventually. I think Copium hope that Wildcard will do better than expected, but I couldn't see them winning / topping groups. I just hope they take some good games and series off of some of the better teams. I know they have the potential to do so if they're all playing well, but they just sometimes, run into bumps, or they're not playing all well, or their strategy draft gets picked apart. from the more experienced teams. Ooh, party game? Can maybe do that. Let's try this. All right, we got a party game here with the Legion and the Silencer. Looks like you guys don't have ranks. That's fine. I'll put it as unranked, unless you know your rough MMR. Oops. Legion Commander 3. Yeah, Noun's making it to, what was it, 8th place that one time? That was sick. That was hype. Feeling stuck in the Crusader trenches, playing exclusively 4 and 5. Would you recommend switching it up and playing some 1, 2, or 3 with the goal of climbing? Totally up to you. Everyone is different. The most important thing is that you continue to seek to improve your gameplay and enjoy that process, because it will be a little frustrating. It will be a grind, and you have to want to do that, because that's when you're going to play your best. It's going to line up, right? If someone forces you, you get forced to go, hey, go play piano, study this in school, whatever. You like do it, but you're like, I'm doing it, it's not fully there. So Dota, if you like supporting, you're like, I'm going to make this work. You can make it work. There's going to be things to improve on. But if you're like, I'm sick of supporting, I don't have faith in it anymore. Zach says I can do it, but I just don't believe it. It's not really going to connect, So yeah, take a break. Go play 1, 2, or 3. Be like, yeah, I totally think these are easier. Give it a go. Maybe you're right. Maybe it connects more naturally. If nothing else, you'll learn more about those roles, which will help you as a player, which is always good to do, which I'm a fan of. I do recommend trying the other roles sporadically, at the least, every now and then to, but carries have it so easy. You try it out, it's like, oh, this is not so easy. It really helps when my support does this for me. I'm going to try to do that when I play support again. I'm going to do that for my carry, right? I do think it helps give you that other perspective, but it is possible to climb without doing that, just playing one role, or usually 2 for the case of support players. It is doable. You just have to be committed to it and just seek to improve, because whether you switch to carry, you're still I'm gonna have to improve my last hitting. I'm gonna have to improve my itemization, my map awareness, show up to I'm gonna be mid. I got a good mechanics, be active this way, whatever, right? There's always gonna be something you have to identify and improve on. So whether you want that to be in support, whether you want that to be in core, whether you only want to do one hero at a time, you want to do a huge bunch of heroes at a time, the process is different, but you gotta want to do the process, and then it is doable. Your legend, your buddy is maybe Crusader. Okay. Legend. Offlane. Silencer Legion kind of works, but it is also a little bit of an awkward combo. The laning should be good, but then the two of you together, he is not quick damage. He is I cast Arcane Curse and they use spells, and then I get more damage in over the fights, and you're like, yeah, they'll be casting a whole bunch of spells when they're forced to attack me in duel. So the combo doesn't quite work together. That's not strictly required if you're party queuing, but you might make your life a little easier if you combine it a bit. Pick a more burst damage position 4, and that way your laning stage goes well, and as you transition to I duel and you drop the Skywrath ult, that might work a little better. You guys kind of overlap. Once you start making plays, you overlap and oh, I'll global and you'll go in. You're like, I'll duel them. I don't need your global. I can't do anything anyways. There's a bit of an overlap. It's a team game. There's other heroes to do stuff, so it's fine. But yeah, sometimes duo queue parties, like, you know, if you want a little bit more control for your own draft, you could think of something like that. Is it okay to resubmit a replay again later on in the stream? If I didn't pick you, yeah, feel free to like keep doing it. If you had one game reviewed in a stream, technically there's no rule against it, but lately there's always someone else new, so I might say, you know, as a general like honor system of if you get one in a week, give a chance to someone else, I think would be good. Right here, you want to be a little careful about running in on your own. Your team was a little bit behind you, so that's kind of why you get first blooded. Even though this looks like it kind of pans out for your team. All right. What's going to happen? We're going to lose this creep. Let's be a little careful of this. Just because you can get max value hitting multiple heroes doesn't mean you should. Because this is one where you got good damage, but you're going to lose all the CS. Because your silencer is over here right now, and that's going to put you in a weird spot. Unless your current game plan is like, oh, I'm going to shove this in, and then you're going to creep drag around. I'm a little bit open to that, but I think you still have time before you have to shove it in, where you can wait for a creep to get low so that you at least get a CS with the overwhelming odds, even if it's not the range creep. You could at least guarantee a melee creep for yourself. He didn't really deny you, so we didn't get punished for it, but he should have. If the lion had worked with him, I think you should have at least lost 2 creeps, if not more. Okay, now we just maintain equilibrium. Yeah, get those bracers. Hit that anti-mage. All right, after this, we're pretty much not going to press Q again. If you wanted the chance to use spells, you should have bought a magic stick. Yeah, this is a waste of money. Don't even bother. If you want to cast spells, you're going to need a mango or a magic stick to build up charges. Between his mana burn and this guy's drain, a clarity, you're going to gain mana and then just give them mana again. So at this point, just plan to right click. Like, I'm not going to have mana and I'm just going to beat you to death. I actually like your build currently. Like, double bracer into probably a second point in moment of courage, and you just hit him. That's where you use your Q. All right, so you're getting a second point in overwhelming odds, but I really don't think they should let you use this. Against anti-mage, you want to be able to just stand and hit him. It's very annoying when your mana is burned, but Legion Commander is actually one of the best heroes at dealing with this because you actually just hit really hard. And so as you run out of mana, he will slow you a bit if he has the facet for it, but otherwise, whatever. So if you can just stand your ground and hit back, which is usually what double bracer build lets you do, then that's all you need to do. Like, you are 1,100 health. This guy is 700. So if you stand and just right-click each other to death, you're going to kill him with room to spare. You'll probably have his amount of health left over, especially with Moment of Courage. So, I mean, there's cases you can still get spells first anti-mage, but in a double mana-burning lane like this, usually the way to deal with it is to just right-click anti-mage. Like, look at that shit. That was 3v1, and you eventually had to back out, but you were doing the work with your build. So that's kind of what I mean. Imagine now no Spirit Breaker. It's just you. Yeah, there goes the clarity, and then there goes the mana you paid for. 2 hits. If you dropped a sal... Oh, there you go. Your friend brought it. Backpack this shit. Otherwise, you're going to be at half health. If you backpack manipulate, you're probably at 2/3. That might be a little hopeful. Maybe more like 3/5. Marginally different. All right, let's go past the laning stage. That basic advice is good enough, I think. So you can get your phase boots. Actually, by the way, that's another. So if you're adapting to it now, in combination with that, you don't really need boots. Like, if he blinks away, you're not going to get to him. Boots or no boots. There is going to be rare situations where it matters if he's doing it smartly. So really, as long as you're standing next to each other, you want to crush him in that trade. So I might actually recommend, like, the chainmail or the blades of attack first. And that way, when he is next to you, and the one you can guarantee he's next to you when he's going for last hits, you just stand and you fight. And if he doesn't want to do that, then you're going to deny things in front of him. We have duel. We have phase. This guy's gonna walk up, and it was pretty close, actually. Don't you get bonus effects if you overwhelming odds while in duel? Am I crazy? Maybe that was an old version. I just jumped here, so I don't know what's happening, but I will say you actually want both supports near you now, because you have enough. Actually, they either play with Huskar if he wants them to play with him, which I would say he shouldn't right now, and actually looks like he got handled by this OD. So then it should be you. They should not be near this PA. They should be leaving PA alone and make space for her. And then your duels will work out a little better. Like, you won't be able to kill anyone on your own. It's very difficult. Blade mail eventually, but if you have the... Yeah, like, we get the Viper because we come in and fight with them, which kind of works, but I do want PA to be mostly left alone. Looks like she's jungling now, so it's, like, not as bad, but that means Anti-Mage is going to start farming the lane and the creeps, whereas she is just farming the jungle, so you're going to fall behind. So this kind of rotation is good, and then I'd probably, like, run back in, repeat. This mostly works out, and PA gets space, Huskar gets space. This is very good. Very good. These replays are free. Free reviews, though I'll do it guaranteed for $5. Otherwise, it's just a random system. People submit their games, and then I just pick randomly. Shaman, get it! Support players, silencer, if you pass this advice on to him. And this is where there's the bell curve of first you gotta find things to do, and that's high skill. And then learning to not do things, that's high skill. This is where you don't need to do anything on silencer. You just stay in the trees. If you show, you might get charged by Spirit Breaker. You're also going to give information like this is not a Legion on her own that we can gank. There's other people around. This is where both supports should just stay out of sight. If Shadow Shaman wants to ult the tower, if he had it, like he could do that. But otherwise, they both just sit in the trees and help Legion when she needs help. Otherwise, you sit there and watch. And you don't need to come in and do like this, like hit the catapult a couple more times. If they all start showing top, like racing to take the tower, then you can kind of walk up as a support. But otherwise, you shouldn't use. See, for example, This is a direct result of showing earlier. In the end, it kind of worked out. Baited them in. I would still recommend not showing, though.
Triple kill.
Radiant's bottom
What's Huskar up to? It was mostly okay. I'm not really sure why PA was here, but I wasn't really watching that. I wasn't really watching her farming pattern. Alright, this is pseudo griefy. I guess if PA doesn't have her teleport, this is kind of fine, but our job this game, so Huskar did not, his game plan is not going well. Next, PA's game plan is not going well. We're the only one having a decent game on Legion, so you gotta do some heavy lifting here. You have to keep drawing the attention to yourself while your teammates catch up. Now that they've taken this tower, this kind of farm actually ends up being quite safe in a lot of games, just because many people just leave this area. They don't camp here, and this is now pretty safe farm. Especially if I look at the map and I think like, okay, Huskar's farming mid and then farming this stuff, or he's farming this, right? The only area left is down here, which has been very volatile. There's been a lot of fighting. So this is actually where we are supposed to come as the Legion. So when you come here, not only are we no longer down here, but now also as PA is like, God, I need this Battle Fury. Oh God, where do I go? I go here? Like, she's just gonna die again. So now she's gonna jungle. And then you're gonna have 3 cores all here, jungling, farming. So this is where I would recommend you still go bottom. You walk there, potentially. It's not that you're not drawing attention up here, but this tower's like almost done, so we can finish that, as well as we had a ward down here. It has now been removed by the enemy. But then, like, this is still the safe area. So as you fall back to, like, farm this stuff, like, then PA should be there. And now you're going to conflict. And then you see the supports are down here. And they want to do something, but now they have no one to play with. So you want to go with them and just use duels around them. Finish your blade mail, that's fine, too. Got blade mail duel, let's go. Yeah, you guys should have a smoke for this. Essentially, when Legion hits 6, have a smoke ready. Try to get a dual kill. When Legion hits blade mail, you can consider it, depending on the draft. When Legion has blink, buy every smoke in the inventory and then smoke off cooldown 3 times in a row. Is that always required? No. But smokes are probably going wasted in most pub games anyways, and if it works, your Legion's off to an amazing start, because she just got like 2,000 gold of free damage in back-to-back blinks, and you're probably breaking the spirit of the opponents as well. That is pretty much my go-to game plan with Legion. Like, try to win your lane, try to get the early duel, let her finish the blade mail blink, and then go, 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 go. And just smoke and deep ward repeatedly. Get him! This observer's cooking you guys. Honestly, from here, things are tough and it's not your fault. The fact that your other 2 lanes were kind of a disaster is out of your control. The biggest thing I'd say is kind of what we talked about, the little things to make your own lane go better, and then the choice to keep playing in that lane to draw attention, and hopefully if your lane goes better with some of the small stuff we talked about, you can balance things out with the blink duels. Here comes Spirit Breaker. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we're waiting for. All right, things like that happen. OD's the main one I'm scared of. I think he's somewhere on the top half, so now PA, who's still in farm mode, should have headed to the bottom. And Legion and team could have pushed mid. I think that would have been the ideal situation there after they overcommit in the mid lane.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
The other day I was doing the timestamps and I realized how loud the pretzel chewing was in the mic. I move further away from the mic before I chew my pretzels.
Double kill.
So off of that losing fight, we immediately have no space whatsoever, right? We TP'd home to try to defend, we lose, we fall back, and then there's no farm here, and we gotta move back out. So as a team, go back. This is why getting deep wards down when you have a chance is really important, so you guys know where to go. Your duel is up. This is where your team wants to be ready to smoke and go right away. Duel plus Serpent Wards will be a kill, even though they're really farmed. Blade Mail, Duel, and Serpent Wards will kill most heroes, and then like some silencer damage as well. So if lanes had been shoved, we might get a little bit more info. I see a Viper, I see an OD. I can't duel near OD unless I duel OD. So, this is good. By the time the duel is decided, OD might TP in, but it would be done by then. So that's one target we can go to. We need these guys with us. Supports have to be with the Legion. Huskar, I don't know what this build is. He's like all over the place. He needs his BKB. He's like going for phase boots. I don't know. I think he's finishing Assange and Yasha, but he needs a BKB this game. She is still in farm mode, needs her own BKB. So when the supports move this way, they're like, you guys gonna play with us, right? And they're like, no. And Legion wants to do stuff, and she has no one to play with. So these guys need to come to Legion. And actually along the way, and then you see this and this, you might finish pushing this lane, back off, and then smoke towards the Viper. And off of killing Viper, like if you blink dueled Serpent Wards, the Serpent Wards could also help you take the mid tower. So I see all this. You guys fall back. You're like, oh, we need to go deal with this. No. What happens if we try to deal with this? What's most likely is what's happened this whole game, is that they're going to keep killing us. Now, you don't know yet you're 8,000 behind. It's 28-20, which maybe feels kind of close, but it's probably not felt great, you know? So rather than come in here and fight, which you guys are feeling a little baited to do because you have observers on the cliffs, which are very easy to deward. So if you don't do those, you'll be okay just avoiding this area as they move in. What your team could be doing is now pushing in bottom, farming in these jungle areas. You'll match their farm. You'll get to a tier tower, 2 tower, drop the Serpent Wards. They might all TP home to defend this, but then you guys will all fall back this way and continue to avoid them and farm all this stuff. Your team doesn't actually want to engage right now. Especially because you guys were missing global, which is 20 seconds off. Also, your friend has a really greedy build. It's a very greedy build. No, we still won. Let's go. I can't believe that one worked. Thanks, Ags.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
You are finding just enough duels to keep yourself in this. It would even go a little better with some of what we talked about. Oops, little preemptive global there. Ah, guess they got a ward somewhere there. This is where things feel bad. Like, you died here. Sure, okay, that sucks. It's info. The rest of the map should be pushed in, but, like, everyone was up here, so now everyone is just retreating. This isn't strictly on you, but this is, like, the team movements of farming the map when behind and avoiding things. Gonna lose that one, and very likely to lose our cliff now, so now we are playing in the dark. One of those observers was decent. The cliff one would not recommend in games like this.
Mid tower's nothing now.
You guys gotta be so careful. So careful of this. This area is very common to have some kind of vision in.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Nice. Nice Serpent Ward power!
Kill.
The strongest Serpent Wards you've ever seen in your life. Yeah, just go straight at it. If you want to do Roche right now, that would be really good. If you thought you could do it, I'd say it'd be kind of tough for you. So you should either continue pushing towers or taking tier 1s is really good. Like if you're at this stage of the game and there's still a tier 1 up, just go and tank it through back door. You're farmed enough. Oh, hey Hef, what's up? Go and get this because, you know, we have been stuck on our own half of the map a lot. And these are the small windows to get back some map control or to balance things out. Taking this tower will make it easier to creep cut. It'll make it easier to not be rotated on so quickly by spirit breakers and blink heroes. So jungling on the way can be okay depending how much time you get. You see now it's like it's getting scary, right? Because we stalled at this camp and now they're fortifying. Now I feel I have to retreat lest they get me. So if you change that while they're dead, you run up here and finish this, and then as it's done, they're respawning. Now you can go jungle farm on your way back. It's time to run, PA. Okay, maybe we move on. Am I still 6K? I think I'm technically 7K right now. Oh, game out of date. I haven't really been keeping track. Looks like we're 7K right now. Oh, I have cat hair all over my hand. I wiped off the cat hair and then immediately pet the cat again. What was the point? Told him to change to greedy because Huskar was pretty much MIA.
Oh, who's that?
So I can understand that logic, but what I would recommend instead... Jester, thank you for subscribing. So technically, if you get away with it, it'll work. But if you think about it, PA is going to farm up and become damage, right? You inevitably farm up and get damage as LC. So the hardest part of the game is what we just watched through, which you somehow made it through, but it was partly off of the enemies overextending. And notice in that time, Silencer didn't really have items to be useful because he was going for like a Hurricane Pike greedy build. But if he built smaller items to boost you up sooner, that was the trickiest window, was surviving this point where PA was farming and Huskar was being, you know, wherever. that's where you kind of need the strength. So having him go greedy is like double downing on when we get to late game we'll be good, but I already think when you get to late game it's already going to be better than what it is right now. And what you need is surviving this like popping off OD and Spirit Breaker charging everywhere. So that's where you need the earlier game items as silencer. And after you get through that, then you can go for the greedy stuff to replace maybe a hero that you don't believe in. What are all these pings I'm getting? I'm an Elden Lord now. I am. Still got to finish that DLC. Oh, just the official announcement. I started yesterday. I was feeling kind of listless, so I just started playing Elden Ring again. I made a new game to try like a magic build. You don't start with very much magic, so the character I had a shield with parry. Believe it or not, my new magic wizard build really good at parrying in the early game. Really bizarre how that is. Am I really playing a different game? Am I gonna upload a video about mana boots versus green boots on support? Any advice now? When? So right now, it sort of depends on the current meta. How come this one's not clearing? It depends on the given meta. What am I looking for? Neutrals. Polywog can solve your health issues in a way that there's not a neutral that solves your mana issues until later tiers. So Arcane Boots, a little bit better for that reason right now. Tranquils are better because they're cheaper and they keep you on the map in terms of being healthy and they help you move around more. And when the enemy has random spells like Nature's Ult, Zeus Ult, stuff like that, things you're going to get hit by a random spell, and then you're going to go, well, I guess I have to go back home now, right? Like, I guess I can't play the game anymore, so I have to go home. It's very tough to buy. There are many mana options, but there are few health options for, at least for supports. So if health, long-term health is an issue, Tranquils is often the way you have to go. Arcane Boots are better when your team, first, you're mana hungry, so you kind of need it. And then not just you, but your teammates, they're mana hungry. And you don't need the Tranquils. Because if you don't get Arcanes, right, and you're like, well, I need some mana. All right, we could buy a casual raindrop. We can buy Clarities. You know, every now and then we can buy Mangoes. And these are all pretty cost effective in the early game. Tangos and salves are not as cost effective out of the laning stage as a Clarity and a Mango are. There's also no casual raindrops, which are good for multiple reasons, but also help you with mana. There's no health equivalent to that, right? There's raw health in terms of the blood grenade, but no health regen. And then after that, many support items are what? Force Staff, so that's got intelligence, so some mana regen there. Yules, maybe this one's less common, but this one has mana regen. You know, Atos, intelligence. Aether Lens for some heroes, mana. Solar Crest, mana pool, and health pool. But you can now backpack this for like wand efficiency stuff. In terms of health options, there's Mech. There's Mech. You know, maybe a casual Urn, which also has mana. Vlad's rare purchase on first item support stuff. There's very few health items, but several mana options. So if you have to have a health option, you get Tranquil Boots. Otherwise, you can kind of depend on the neutral to do it for you, and then you get the Arcane Boots. Yeah, I think the update was just that they picked the replacement team.
my neck, I think my posture's been bad. When I had really bad posture, not only did it hurt my back, but my neck also reached a point where it was like clicking a lot. And then as I improved all of that over time, it kind of stopped. But lately I've been hearing my neck click again, and I didn't think it was loud enough, but when I was editing a video, I was like, I'm pretty sure I can hear my neck clicking in this video. And I feel it right now. I have to be better about my posture. I have been undecided on whether to count that or not, actually, Jester. I'll do yours, because why not? Again, this is my stream. I can do whatever. In the future, I will eventually decide on a hard rule on that of whether, like, to count subscriptions or not. Because it's, like, it's kind of separate. At the same time, it's like, isn't money money? Like, is it really that different? But then if we do that, it's like this floodgate of, like, how many Twitch subscribers are there? Like, how many... It no longer works as, like, a guaranteed replay thing. But I'll do this one. I don't see your game, though. Can you do that again? You're fluctuating between 5 and 5.5K. What do you suggest I do? There isn't a channel that produces videos to help me train myself at Divine 5 or above. So I'm not trying to tout my own videos, but a lot of what I talk about is good for, like, sometimes it's a little more focused on, like, oh, this is Guardian rank, Herald rank, but it's actually really not that different. Like, the Guardian video I did breaking down team fights, that doesn't change. Like, it's not like Immortal and now it's like, oh, the concepts are now different. It's the exact same concepts. So whether it's my channel or not, a lot of the information actually is still true. And the difference is doing more of it consistently. Like, for example, let's say there's 20 concepts of Dota, and it's like, I know I am aware of all of them. And you could probably find different ranks aware of all the concepts, and they're good at different ones. But now, to be this rank, you have to do 18 of them, and you have to do them all well and consistently. And, like, to do the next rank is 19, and then 20 is, like, the final one. For Divine 5 to Immortal, you're good enough. Let me tell you that. You already know enough about the game. You have enough mechanics. You have all the skills. The main difference between being Divine and getting into Immortal is doing everything you know faster and more consistently. And I know that may not sound that helpful, but what I would recommend is you pick something that you think you are weakest in, because every player is different, and you really make that your focus for X amount of time till you're happy with it. 30 games, 50 games, I don't know. It depends on people. And then you have to pick the next thing. So for example, if I was a support player trying to get up higher, without even watching your games, here's a couple things I would guess. I'd guess your laning stage, there's probably already room for improvement in terms of harassing, pull timing, stuff like that, but it's probably already decent. There's probably not enough rotations. You're probably in the lane too long. So compared to an Immortal player who, like, I found this opportunity, I went to the water rune, I came back to my lane, I did this, and then I went to the off lane, or like, and then I came back for the power rune, right? You might do that some games, you might do that like when you remember, but doing it consistently and frequently is what will push you from Divine to Immortal, because not only are you winning your lane, but you're now helping the mid win their lane because you're getting them the mid runes, and then that mid laner is helping win your off lane because they rotate over there, and now you've made the difference. Whereas like the Divine player, more consistently at 5.5 minutes, he stays in his lane. He doesn't really do anything. He watches his carry farm. He like helps secure one creep. But the Immortal player went to get the Amplify Damage rune or got the Haste rune, and it made that difference. So for a lot of Divine players, when I coach them, there's really not a massive difference. You're not going to see like a brand new skill that's never been there. It's not like, oh, they from Herald to Crusader, they now know item build, and they're more better items. There's not a huge difference between Divine and to Immortal. It's just how fast people do things and how quickly they identify the right thing to do. So I don't know if that helps or not, but I would just try to see where you can play faster. Not new things, just like, am I doing what I know consistently and fast enough? How do I increase my conduct summary? Be nice. Say nice things. You don't even have to talk. I don't even talk that much. I say GG. I say good luck, have fun. Don't rage at people. I wouldn't recommend muting everyone. I know that's common advice, but you're going to be reported when someone communicates nicely to you and you can't hear them and you go and do your own thing and they get mad. I would leave people unmuted unless you really can't control yourself. And as they get toxic, mute them. But otherwise, leave it open and then just play. Just be nice. Don't ping people. Don't yell. Don't blame. You just have to keep playing you just have to play Dota positively. That's it. You just have to keep doing that. None of us know exactly how the behavior score system works, so it's all anecdotal. I can't say like this is how you manipulate the system, but from anecdotally, the people I have spoken to and how they play, of like people who constantly lose behavior score versus people who not, is really just like, do you do things to get reported? Do you get angry at teammates? Stuff like that, you know? That's it. You can look through my thousands of hours of VODs. I have never yelled at a teammate. I've never flamed anyone, and my behavior score almost always stays at 12K. The fact that it drops is a flaw in the system. I have never done anything worthy of losing behavior score. On stream. Flame and rage offline. What am I doing here again? Crusader rank party queue game. You were troll warlord 1 Crusader. All right, let's do this one. I feel myself losing focus, guys. I'm not sure how many more replays we'll do today. If I don't do more next week, every Wednesday we do these, so feel free to come back. You guys can't see it. Hephaestus is now. He's on my desk. I am typing in a like a weird posture. That's why it looks so funny right now. Crusader carry. Okay. Is the cat the cause of the bad posture? Only on occasion. The bigger reason is my own poor posture. It goes in phases of like, I'm good about it, and then, you know, it slips your mind or something happens and you start like getting in bad posture again. All right, we're gonna try to be in good posture. I'm gonna use I'm leaning back into my chair. Okay, you are troll. This is a party game. I'm confused as to what went right to win. It feels like such an undeserved win. Pure luck. Quite frustrating. Felt behind all game till we won a fight, and then game was over in an instant. Let's take a look at this graph. So looks like it was pretty even for actually most of it. They have a small gold lead, but it's really not that much. And then you guys win a fight. You guys win a big fight, take all their buildings. That doesn't surprise me that much. If we look at your item build, so look at this. How much control do to end the game at power treads? Probably not that much. Maelstrom, I was going to make it fast to push in the creep wave so that when you win a fight, you get to the towers faster. BKB, picking up more damage, more control. You're getting higher level. Your damage is ramping up. Mjolnir, even more attack speed. At this point, a troll could destroy a barracks in, I would estimate, 20 seconds. Probably less. 25 minutes, troll is ready to destroy the base in 1 kill, right? If they don't defend their base for 1 kill timer. So it doesn't surprise me that around here, if you manage to win a good fight, you could punish really hard. Especially here, I see AC gets finished on Wraith King. I didn't even realize you had a Wraith King on your team. Wraith King also picks up an AC, and he's also Wraith King. So it's not surprising to me that you end the game here. So for you, where it's like, I'm confused and it surprised me, you itemized to beat the PL, and you had the lineup to just end the game. You also have a Death Prophet. So you have like 3 super fast pushing heroes. So to me, I mean, we're going to go jump ahead and look, but actually it sounds like maybe identifying that in the draft is what's useful to you. Like recognizing, okay, I'm looking at this. PL is annoying, but with your Mjolnir and you have a Zeus, you actually have some really good heroes at dealing with PL, even in the late game, even though the mana burn will be a pain. So that's, you know, it's a little bit concerning, but I feel I have some answers to it. Legion, infinite scaling technically, but over time should be doable. You'll have your ultimate. Wraith King has 2 lives, right? You guys have ways to not be wrecked by duel. Got to be careful getting pudge hooked. You got the boys, PL illusions everywhere, might help you out. So for me, I'm looking at this. Our weakest point is kind of the start of the game where these 4 might pop off, and then PL hits a really good timing before I'm ready. So as long as we're cruising and we're even, I definitely see some late game potential here. And then as long as we find a good fight, even if we're behind, if we find a really good fight, we have heroes who are really good at taking buildings. So then let's jump ahead to... because it doesn't sound like the laning stage is the issue. Where do we want to jump in? It does look like you struggled in the lane. Which, regardless of what we end up watching, I would recommend... that's where you need... if you're picking Troll Warlord, you're picking him because he has a really good laning stage, then he's weak, and then he's got a really good late game. So you need to capitalize on that by winning most of your lanes, generally. There's some matchups that are really bad, but this one should be okay. I'm not sure if we want to watch all this. Hef is right here. We can probably do a cat cam. Cam. All right, what's happening here? Let's go look at that fight. Let's start there. You're talking about a fight that just ends the game. Let's see where the game's at as we jump ahead. I want to help and have impact. All right, so this is maybe why you felt bad at the time. I see them starting to group up. I jumped ahead. I have no idea if this is how the whole game has gone, but you know, we're losing top. It feels bad. What am I doing? So first, you want to have impact. When this kind of stuff happens, we have to push the lane number 1. Unless we are worried about some hero who can solo kill. For example, Legion, right? 4 heroes pushing top and Legion is somewhere bottom. Doom, you know, that type of hero where it's like, I just can't even show without knowing that hero or I die, right? That's where you got to like be real careful. Legion's over here. So you should leave this jungle camp. Oh, I'm almost done. Leave this jungle camp and come over here, right? We need to be as fast as possible with the seconds we have. You take the time, like, oh, you know, 4 seconds here to finish this camp, 3 seconds here. They're going to get back. They're going to protect their tower, stuff like that. We need every second possible. Leave this, go to this creep wave, shove it in. This is what will punish them for bringing this many heroes, that you guys are farming efficiently and pushing things into other lanes. Now, if Death Prophet starts shoving this in, then that's kind of fine. You can kind of keep jungling. But, like, one hero's got to do it, and sometimes you're here by yourself, so then you have to leave right away and do this. But as soon as you know there's a bunch of heroes here, you got to be pushing things as fast as possible. So Wraith King pushed mid, got scared by this illusion, maybe didn't realize it was an illusion, but by pushing in mid, you see he's actually taken top tower, and he actually could have farmed that even more if he had realized this and stuck around. And for this many heroes sitting here, let's actually go to their perspective. For 5 heroes being here, 5 heroes are farming 1 creep wave, and let's say 2 jungle camps, 3 jungle camps, and an ancient camp. Let's give it them. Let's give it that. You guys, for your 5 heroes, 1 hero, 2 heroes absorbs this creep wave. They don't maybe farm the gold, but they get the XP, and maybe they farm some gold if they blast it. Depending on the heroes you have, you can maybe do that. Let's just pretend you can't, okay? We just totally lose this side. 1 hero farms here, 1 creep wave. So Wraith King, on his own, when he was pushing mid, is matching these 5 heroes in terms of the 1 creep wave. let's say you were Death Prophet was pushing in bottom, so you have 200% over them, 200% to their 100 of creep waves. Then, like, after pushing mid, if you're too scared for the tower, this guy's jungling, you're jungling. So you guys are increasing your gold faster than them. The thing that'll make the difference is if the tower gold and the map control shuts you guys down. But that's why it's so important to shove the lane number 1 so that you can kind of match some of the tower damage. Like, the fact that you lose tier 2, but Wraith King takes tier 1 mid is fine for you guys. In fact, I would say that's a better trade because you guys really need this tower to start moving around the map. The tier 1s help a lot more than losing this tier 2. So I would say you guys came out ahead from just what has happened. And now if we imagine also taking this and pushing this a little faster, we might actually be like twice as more effective than they are. And that's quite impactful. It may not feel impactful, but I promise it's actually very, very impactful. So for example, you could also help hit this right now. Now, actually, they just finished, so they're starting to miss. So, backing off now could be good. But don't TP home right away. You would hang around here and farm and see what they're doing. And if they all show up here, then yeah, we're going to get out. I would actually say something like going through the twin gate and then coming up top could be really good. Maybe they defend mid, and so they deal with Wraith King. So then you would leave and immediately start hitting this tier 1 to punish them for going to the Wraith King. And this is the impact. This is splitting the map while they're strong and grouping up. We do different things. From where we just started, your team is actually coming out ahead in these movements. Took 2 tier 1s and half of this, a little less than half, while you make your way to your BKB. And this is what I would say you definitely had to have before you could start fighting. This is what protects you from the diffusal. There's a lot of magic damage. Can't be saved from duel, but can't be killed by the blade mail so long as your BKB is up. So you are now a lot stronger. Looks like we need the blink on the Wraith King, and she is quite... Are you a support? Oh, maybe you're a support Death Prophet. Okay, then maybe that's not so bad. Aghanims on Zeus is getting close. It's actually done if you can make it here. So off of the blink on Wraith King, you guys are going to become a lot more powerful in combination with blink, BKB, and Ags. So this is where we were just avoiding them, but now we might be strong enough to fight them. You guys don't know the gold lead is actually quite close, but maybe just the vibe of the game. Now we're almost there. So this is not you, but we'll talk about this as part of safely pushing. Showed in a creep wave, used his mobility to get to a creep faster, and gave up his ability to play safe, so that's no good, guys. Save your escapes, especially versus heroes with blinks. Walk to creep waves, even if it means you're going to miss CS. And then, what rank was it? This is Crusader. What was the rank earlier when we were talking about letting the creeps push forward? I think it was a Guardian game. So maybe Guardian to Crusader is not a huge difference. But remember when I said, let the creep shove forward and you hide? Zeus, not really doing that. Walking with them. Looks like he actually got caught here at the triangle. Doesn't have his jump because he used it earlier. Dies. If he had jumped this way, I bet he lives. Never mind. He died in a different way than I thought. I thought he got caught up here farming this. In this case, he died because he used Heavenly Jump earlier. Off of that death. So as soon as... Oh, shit. Turn around. Start going this way. Get to this as quickly as you can. You can farm along the way if you need to, if that wasn't already up. But you want to just be playing the map. If it wasn't you, someone else. I think you actually go home, but you can just buy a Clarity, and that's half your mana pool. Buy a Clarity. Buy a Mango if you think you need it really quickly. If you stayed on the map, even if you didn't run straight to the lane, but you farmed this way while they were killing Zeus, and now they're starting to do things again, you'd probably have farmed up to about here. So you'd have gotten like 200 gold, maybe more, and then you buy a Clarity and a Mango. You still gain a little bit of gold, but you still get XP. All right, TP into this fight if we're doing it. If not, that's fine. But Zeus is close to respawning. He'll have global. Wraith King will be up. So if we wanted to fight around power spikes, that looks like a good time. I think you may have noticed it a little too late. You could have started TPing. You could be there already. And then here's when you actually look. Now, you might have seen it on the minimap, but just on the minimap, I wouldn't know if I should join the fight or not. So you have to actually look over to see if the fight is worth joining or not. And here we are quite late. So in these type of games where you feel you're behind, your job as the carry is, of course, to farm, but push lanes that they're not in as much as possible and constantly watch the minimap, because I promise they will overextend at least once, if not more, and you need to join that fight when it happens. Was it this fight? I don't know. But if it was, we missed the window, because by the time you're looking, this guy's dead, he's respawning, and now it's definitely not this fight. But maybe this was a fight we could have TP'd to a little sooner. Zeus respawns and we take it. I mean, you know, 2 heroes pretty low with even how it was. Still ends up being a pretty good fight. All right, that actually went a lot better than expected for you guys showing up late. So actually, you know, pretty good in the end. You then TP home to deal with top wave. I get that. But Death Prophet is about to be up. Let's go back. Oh shit, this range creep's about to barracks us. It's not gonna do that. It's not gonna do this range creep. He's just minding his own business. He's not gonna do anything to you. He's chill. He's chill. You can wait. You can wait. Your team can wait for Death Prophet to respawn and walk here and deal with this. You don't need to deal with this. You need to capitalize on the fact that 5 heroes are dead. So what are things that I usually couldn't do because they would be alive and stop me? What can I do right now that I can't usually? And TPing to my own tier 3 to push like 1 creep wave is not it. Roche would be number 1. Couple heroes go Roche, you're troll. I bet you could do it. Push lanes all the way into tier 2 towers. That's another option. If I TP here, by the time I get to about here, they're going to start respawning. So then I'm not going to make it all the way. From your spot, if you cut straight to mid and go tier 2, you can chip this a little bit and then get out before they respawn. If you run straight bottom and cut this bottom wave and push this in, you're pushing in bottom as they respawn. Someone else will deal with mid. Death Prophet at that point will push top. You can back at that point, and then do you know what will happen? Because all 3 lanes got pushed in, as you go home, you're going to look at your minimap, and you're going to see what they're going to do is that they're going to spawn, and they're going to look for the closest farm, and they're going to instantly teleport. So 1 hero is going to be here, 1 hero is going to be here, and 1 hero is going to be here. And then your team is going to have grouped up at that point off your respawn. You're going to smoke, and you're going to go to wherever you think is best, and then make a play.
Kill.
Roche, not enough time. It might be close. I think Troll can do it because Troll's usually quite good at this kind of stuff. Though granted, Troll used the ultimate. So I think the Roche would be a little tough, but possibly doable. If they don't think they can do it, that's fine. You should still push the lanes over TPing home like this. So like, see how they're all dead and I am in a very defensive farming pattern as they respawn? I should be leaving, as they respawn, I should be leaving an aggressive area into a defensive area. In this case, they respawn and I'm like already turtled up, but that means I gave him way too much space. I gave him way too much respect. That fight felt lucky, so you feel like you got carried. Okay, so we jumped ahead. Let's go back. Maybe I need to up your confidence, because the fact that they were grouping up, but you were maintaining farm, to me, you're doing your part. I didn't see what that was, so let's actually go back towards like the end of laning stage. Like, so you're a little behind here, right? This is where I mentioned, okay, for Troll, we want to be a little bit stronger laning stage. So maybe that's something you could work on, right? Just your individual laning stage, which I kind of like zip past, but I don't think we need to, it's probably like last hit timing stuff, I don't know. All right, what if Legion suddenly leaves? can we get to a lane quickly? Because you actually, notice you TP'd here, and then you farmed backwards this way. So this is counterintuitive. Now, if something happens, if they overcommit somewhere, and you're like, wait, I can get a kill, I can TP in. No, I can't. A town portal scroll. Doesn't make any sense. What if Legion leaves? Or she's like, oh shit, they're pushing this. I'm gonna go fight her. Free lane, finally. I moved over here, and I teleported and then walked away, so I can't even teleport back. I have to walk all the way back. By that point, she's done, and she might be here again. So if you think your farming pattern's gonna go this way, you should just walk out, walk this way, save the TP the whole time. Otherwise, if you are TPing here, and then you're like, okay, it's too scary, I'm gonna farm this stuff a little bit, that's okay, but then try to stay in the area. So as you like move this way, try to start going up here and this stuff, because this will be closer to come back to the lane as she maybe disappears. And then you'll still have your teleport as well if you walked originally. Otherwise you walked out, or sorry, wait, what did I just say? If you walked out, you'd have your teleport. If you teleport and stay in the area, you're at least here to capitalize, and if not, then you jungle. Alright, so starting to just jungle up is good. They have a stolen exorcism. That's no good. Your team draft is not amazing because this Wraith King is going Radiance, which is not strictly bad. This kind of thing, right? Like, oh, I see an opportunity, I TP in. So maybe you had walked top to jungle, and then you TP and you do this, and then you push this out. You want to make sure you're available for that. So while they're dead, shove in bottom as fast as you can. Because you have a Wraith King offlane, Wraith King offlane is inherently greedy, and you have to wait for that timing. You too have to wait for your timing. Carries always do, right? It's always a farming item into a fighting item. You don't fight with the farming item, mostly. So your team's draft is drag this out, wait till we're strong. And I would argue whatever you're doing to that point is impactful. See Legion here. Thinking we make our way here and push this in. Pudge. Do this real quick and run away. Yeah, okay. Extra caution. I think you could have done that a little bit more. I appreciate the caution, but like, see how they're still here? We gotta leave this camp. We gotta keep going. See how you keep going backwards? We gotta go this way. I recognize you're super low, so it's very scary. But all the heroes that scare me are in the mid lane. I would say this is not a lucky fight, but a good one, right? They like pushed up, we TP'd back to defend. We got a kill. That's just how the game should go for your team right now. So now here, okay, the game ends, they're pushing, I'm the carry, I don't push, so I go farm. So if you want to farm backwards, that's fine with me. If you want to twin gate over, depending where you think they are and what vision is on the map, if you want to twin gate over and start pushing in top, that would also be very impactful. Another thing would be impactful is that I see the mid lane pushing in. I don't want these guys to have to TP home and feel like they have to defend it, so I could do that. I could run this way and farm along the way and then deal with mid. And I would say that's very impactful. One more wave. I see 3 of them bottom, so you can actually push in mid pretty hard here. So you actually, so right here, you should keep going mid. The only hero that could maybe kill you is Phantom Lancer, and he has no crowd control. So as soon as you see him, if you're scared, you could start TPing. The Legion and the Pudge are down here. And I think I saw at least one support down there. Yeah, the Crystal Maiden's down there. So I think you could have pushed mid there. And if you don't push mid, you should keep moving top rather than the jungle that you're in. All right, so we deal with mid. Let's pretend we're too scared to push. We don't have vision. So I want to go back to farming. Look at the map. Where is everybody? He's here, he's here, he's here. It's 17 minutes. So these are the jungle camps that are available for the next minute. So if you come here and farm this, your Zeus mid can't, right? You guys are going to fight for this farm. You're going to split. Wraith King on his way back is probably going to farm all this stuff, right? He can farm all of that in the next minute. So that leaves the top half open. So you should move towards your triangle right now. Now, if you're really scared, like I think they might be coming in through the top, then that makes sense. But the most recent play we saw is that they were bottom. So if I'm not confident enough to push mid, and I think they're bottom heading to mid, then I should be continuing to head top to push in a different lane than where they're at, rather than to move in towards the danger or towards the jungle farm that my team running away from danger is looking to farm. And then so as this kind of fight breaks out, right, if I had headed top and I'm here and I'm seeing this happen, I go, oh shit, better keep moving top. And I start running top and I shove this lane in and then I farm backwards if I'm scared and I keep my eye on the minimap. And if I feel I can keep going, I keep going. If I'm not sure, I jungle. And if I'm really scared, I come back. If I'm kind of scared but not that scared, I come farm this stuff and I continue to look at the map. If I think they're TPing in to defend, I go through the twin gate, I shove in bottom. If people are already bottom, then maybe I run all the way back like this. So now Zeus ended up TPing top, partly for the regen rune. But this is where you'll lose rotations if you're not walking to the right place to farm. By the way, another habit you can work on, and part of to go back to the discussion on earlier, we saw Wraith King, and we're like, is this a Smurf? How many times has Troll clicked around the map to see what items people have had as he A-clicks creeps and does nothing in case those creeps suddenly whip out a Divine Rapier and bash him in the face with it, right? At this point, Troll will not die to any creep camp. Maybe a stack of camps. But there's a fight going on right now, and Troll's not looking. So that's not meant to flame you, but it is something for you to work on. To know, what am I scared of? What can I do? What are these heroes? Should I be coming to this fight? I have no idea until I take a look. So that's a habit for you to build. And that's why earlier when we were looking at Smurf, I was like, this is pretty suspicious. Because how he was so consistent with, like, someone shows, boom, click. And that's, like, this is a similar rank to what that one should have been. And not once have we seen Troll for the last few minutes click around. There's no micro do for Troll, really, so like we can't compare that. I don't know. Did Legion even use Duel for that? Did Dismember happen? Is there a stolen spell on Rubick? I think, was this a party game? I forget. So maybe they're communicating, but you should still build the habit yourself, you know? The last 6 minutes? Yeah, we can look at that. I'm going to assume this is about the last 6 minutes. We're just going to jump here. Looks like we got some kills and we're heading to Roche. That is A-okay with me. We are close to a Scotty. I think a really good way to go from here is head to finish this Scotty. You need 1,000 gold, so in a minute you could have that if you have a very efficient farming pattern, if they leave it open to you. Let's bump it up to 2 minutes. Why not? We'll still have 3 minutes and our finished item. I actually don't even know if you need the Aegis, the Scotty this game, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to worry more about farming patterns and timings and all that stuff. So your team immediately smokes off of getting Roche. This is not always bad to do. We jumped ahead, so I'm just going to check abilities real quick. So we are missing Finger of Death. That's not the end of the world. But in terms of your own items, right, I mentioned the Scotty. Right now we have an ultimate orb, which doesn't do anything, but Scotty, whether it's the right item or not, Scotty is a big difference from ultimate orb. So you may be 1,700 net worth, but without your actual other ultimate orb, drop you down to about Wraith Kings. And then for all the good an ultimate orb will actually do, you might as well be down here. But once you actually finish the Scotty, like that is a real item. What's Wraith King looking to finish? He's looking to finish the AC. He was 300 gold away. He's even closer than you guys, but we're smoking up before that. If you let him finish farming this way into these camps, he would have the AC. You'd have 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So your team feeling way too rushed around the Aegis, as we've seen several times today. It's a classic. We're now looking deep into enemy territory for a fight that Wraith King cannot join. This is a late game video. Another case study in it. Fortunately, a fight did not break out, and Wraith King is now here with, I believe, his AC. No, still no AC yet. Still no AC yet. Now we go and farm. I actually consider it quite good that you guys didn't get to a fight right there, because that would have been bad. But if we had all just entered farm mode, it would have been much easier to line up AC plus Scotty. And we would have more time on the Aegis with that power spike. I was gonna say, we have been very scattered, and our vision is not that good. See how this plays out. So it is true that this is not a good fight for you guys in terms of who initiated it, but you have maintained farm and your top net worth, and they didn't have the crowd control before you pressed ultimate. So to me, you just did troll warlord things right there. I'd say the only thing to improve for you there is to, one, back out with the Aegis sooner to finish the Scotty, but then that actual fight itself, you know, we could have been a little bit more careful since what's-his-name was already dead. Not that you had to be completely careful, because clearly you could do it, but just usually you, like, hedge your bets a little bit more. Right now you're scared because you don't have your Aegis and your Scotty quite yet. Or not Scotty, your ultimate. You're very close. Ah! But look at that. Great patience kept you alive there, and I think you're going to kill him now. Let's go. This is a good play from you. You were careful because you didn't have your ultimate. We got marginally lucky with, you know, it came up at the last second possible, but that was an intentional choice to be at the edge of the fight for 5 seconds. You gave yourself the chance to be lucky. And there are people who just go in, get killed 2 seconds before the ultimate's up. And then she didn't wait for the rest of her team, so now they're staggered deaths, so now you guys actually do get to end the game. Path of Exile 2S free weekend. Is that this one coming up here? Yo, Slacks, what's up? You started playing ranked again? Yeah, I can coach you. Let's do it sometime. I still have that video idea if you're still down for it. I think it'd be funny. I haven't told people that idea yet. That's true. I'll be remote casting. I'm very excited. I'm a little sad it's not with Ricky. Next year. We'll get them together next year. Let's do a video review of Slack's game. If he wants, but we can just do it another time offline. Yeah, Jester. Work on your map awareness, and that'll let you know where you should be farming more. Like, if you're constantly looking at the map, that's how you make the decision of where you farm. Not like on your screen, where's the next map to the left, like, or the next camp to the left. Look at your mini map to see, like, my team is here, their team is here. That means this part of the map is open, so, like, I can get there by going this way. Right? That's how you do it. Dota Underlords. Alas. Dude, they should add Dota Underlords into... Where is it? Is it under the arcade? Where's our old event mode stuff? Oh yeah, here, past events. Underlords. Put it right here. And put what was the card game? Artifact. Put Artifact here too. Just stick it all into one game. 200 gigabyte update.
Yeah, stick them all in there. Let's see, what time is it? What should we do? I wish I'd played Artifact. I never got around to it. Did it ever even release the like closed beta? Maybe that's why I never played it. Either way, I never got to it. I never got around to it. Sold all my Dota skins for Artifact cards. That's a big rip. I'm very sorry, Galaxy Brain. That's a big rip. Can you still play it? I have no idea. Um, 622. I'm debating what we do. I was thinking about trying that train achievement in Factorio, but it's 90 minutes, which I'm going to assume I need most of the 90 minutes, and I'd probably want to do it in just one go, which then means this stream will last another 2-ish hours. I'm going to tip over from hunger at that point. I guess we can just do replays today. Friday we'll do the Factorio thing. Dang, I really wanted to do it today, though. I mean, I guess I could save and stop in the middle of it, but I feel like I would forget what we were doing. Do I feel I can ramble through more replays? Let me think about that real quick. No matter what we end up doing, I am going to need more water. So... I have never needed to increase my behavior score rapidly, so I am not sure. Some people say just playing a bunch of turbo games work. I think just playing regular Dota is probably also fine. Oh, he left. I forgot. We can probably close the cat cam. Just had that up. So I don't know. I just play Dota, just be nice, don't rage at people. And you just have to play a lot of games that way. Okay, I will be right back. No problem, Jester. Have a good night. I will be right back, and then I will decide whether we keep doing replays or if I want to take a break on that. Okay, 1 second. Okay. How many did we do today? 1, 2. Oh, wait. 8 different replays today. We're reaching the point where I'm getting tired of talking. I'm debating if we do more. Oh, we got some cats here. Hef was on stream earlier. We had a cat cam going for a little bit, but he ran away. Hi, Hef. Are there any random questions that don't involve digging through the replays? I am down to still chit chat a little bit on it. I might be done doing replays for today, which we will do them next week. Wait, let me double check. Next week is before. Yeah, that should be fine. It is right before TI starts the next day. I actually don't know the time zone on the cast. If I have to sleep really early to wake up really early, maybe there won't be one next week. I don't know the schedule yet. But I think it should be fine. I think we'll end up doing another replay analysis stream next week. Actually, it's probably not even noticeable. There's because what? Is it? Wait, when's the release date? Oh no. Was that announced? Not announced yet? Oh my god, okay. You scared me. Because I'm definitely playing that when that comes out.
With me.
Oh, I wonder if it'll have multiplayer when it comes out. Stardew didn't at first. I did make a couple blueprints, we go hard. I don't know exactly what we'll need though. I just kind of made some as a guess. I am blind in the sense that I don't know the proper way to do it and I didn't look anything up. So I just I took some of your guys' advice to make a some blueprints to just try to like follow along in the speed run, but I have no idea if I overkilled it, if I am underprepared, it's too small because I just don't know like what to expect for it. I was part of the reason I was worried. Okay, guys, I'll declare. I will stop replays today. We'll swap over. We'll attempt this Factorio challenge as a way to chill at the end. What you guys want to hang around for, I'd be happy to have you. But if you don't want to, if you just want Dota content, Friday we'll be back to playing games. And next Wednesday, we will continue to do replay analyses, which I realize TI will happen, and then they'll be on break. So maybe we'll continue to do replays uninterrupted for a bit. Okay, we have to come to this screen. We're closing Dota. I have to change all the game infos. This September is going to be super busy because Silk Song is coming out. I want to play that. Oh, wait, what if we play Silk Song instead of replay analyses? Maybe I just lied. Wait. Maybe we're playing Silk Song. I got to think about that. Silk Song. And then much smaller, that probably very few people care about, Ratatan is going to come out, which is an old
There's a game called Patapon that's like a rhythm kind of the game. Rataton is like a spiritual successor, and it also has some multiplayer. So I was very excited to do that one. And those are both coming out this September, along with TI and, you know, all that other work. So there's a whole bunch to do. I gotta change the game titles. All right, let's go to Factorio on that. And Factorio for YouTube. I didn't change the titles. Oh well. I won't be co-streaming TI. I am remote casting the group stage, so that part's just, you know, I'm not gonna be there to stream. And then technically I could maybe do it on the second half, but as much as I am a content creator, I am also an enjoyer of Dota. So I kind of just want to watch while doing other things. A lot of times when tournaments happen, I watch/listen to the games while either working on other stuff, maybe playing another game like Factorio. Sometimes it's like cleaning the house, kitchen work, stuff like that. That is how I end up enjoying a lot of tournaments that if I'm not directly involved working in. Financially, it might be better if I co-streamed it, but I'm also kind of like unsure how I feel about that without getting the official approval of it and everything. So I haven't really done much co-streaming of tournaments. Kibbs, played OG Dota, dabbled through the years, not since pre-COVID. What are some general tips to get back into decent farm to look for on the UI and just gameplay? Okay, so new thing. I don't know if this, you maybe know this or not. You can now click the top bar to see enemy items, up here. You used to not really be able to do that, but now you can. That is a fantastic way to keep up to date with everything that they're building as you walk from camp to camp. Use the twin gate. You don't have to constantly use it, but it is extremely underrated to be looking at the minimap and be like, oh, I need to push another lane. Go through the twin gate, send illusions, manta, do it yourself, and just suddenly be farming another part of the map. Those are some of the newer things that maybe an old-time player wouldn't be thinking about because, you know, you didn't have twin gates, you didn't have that stuff. Trying to think what else would be good. Do Tormentor at 20 minutes, returning player. I gotta hammer that home. It's not gonna happen for a lot of your games, but if I could get you to start thinking about that, that'd be good. What else? Oxygen not included, no, but we like Don't Starve a lot. We go in phases of playing the multiplayer Don't Starve at a very basic level. There's actually so much you can do with that game, and we never do it. All right. Feel free to keep asking questions. I may miss it because I've been chit-chatting. Oh, let me show you. So I won't read what you guys say. Well, actually, even if you guys say it, I'll still do what I have prepared. Is this... Wait, I shouldn't do new game then. I should load. Let me show you what I was like prepping. So I was trying to make blueprints. So I think I'm gonna need power. I don't think I can get past power. So I made some power. I don't know how much I need or not, but I made a blueprint setup to like just stick near some water. Some smithing stuff to like process. This will be copper, this will be iron, and then steel bars on the top. And then I never made a bus before, so I just started one with I forget what these top two were gonna be. I think this one was coal, which I'm not even gonna need to start. No, maybe this was steel bars. No, I think this one should be steel bars. I'll probably need more, but whatever. For now, this will be iron, this will be copper, this will be the computer circuits later. And then I think that's all I need right now. I'll have it make stuff. This will be science. I don't really know the exact amounts I can make and sustain off of this because I've never done this. So this is our YOLO attempt. We'll see how close we get today, and then I'll adapt it for a future attempt, which I'm gonna guess will be Friday after we finish Dota on that day. Okay. So I am now going to... Yeah, nothing happened. I'm gonna open a brand new world, and then we're gonna just send it. Is there a timer in game? I don't even know. I don't even know how close I'm gonna be. Well, I won't worry about it. We'll just do it and find out. Find oxygen not included frustrating more than RimWorld. I think I want to give it a go one day. You can track the achievement in game. Oh yeah. Does time continue when I pause? Let me ask that before we. If I need a moment to think, can I pause, or is that like game time going? I guess I could save and quit, but I can pause. All right, let's do it then. Let's not stress too hard. I'll just do a default world, everything regular. We're wasting time. Go, go, go. I don't know if I have to have. Do I get stuff? Don't I get stuff for collecting these? I think some iron plates. Oh, I'm so slow now that I don't have exoskeletons. I don't know if this is worth my time or not. I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm looking at the map. I see the iron, copper, coal, and some stone in the top left. So I think we need to get coal going. I should be building stuff already. What do I need? Iron gears? How come I can't? What do I need to make iron gears? I need iron plates. I thought I already got iron plates from what I just got. Do I have to mine something first? I've already forgotten how this works because it was so long ago. Let's see what I have to unlock. Maybe I need to mine some coal and iron and all that stuff. I'm gonna get enough to make a furnace as we go. I don't know how tight this timing is. I forget how to unlock gears. What do I need? I'm just gonna go. Which way should it face? I can move it around later. So we should go. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I think to the right is still the best. Starting from. Where are trees? The bus will start like here and go to the right, I think is the best way for me to do this. All right, we're already behind. It's too late. The achievement's over. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. We'll just go. Oh, right. Sometimes the rocks give you like bigger chunks of coal and rock. That's true. If I see one, I should do that. Let's build a couple chests. That way you can keep going. And then how do I... What if I have... Hold on, wait. Let me just make one. Will that start me getting... What do I need to unlock this? I already can't remember. What the heck? What were power cogs from? What do I have to do? Oh, they were over here. I'm so dumb. It's the stone furnace I'm missing. I totally forgot. Wait, give me this coal. It's been so long since we were in the early game. I forgot where it was. How much do I need? I need the stone. Do I have enough to do this? Do I see any rocks anywhere? Pressure, there is time. Oh no. I think I need to put more iron in the furnace.
Are you still going? Still going. Okay. Let's do this. Straight in to the furnace. And then I'll go mine rock. I think we need to get a coal miner going on all the basic resources to start. And then we put more on iron and coal until we can get power online, which I forget where we unlock that. I'm stressing out, guys. Build more of those. I'm not actually stressed. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, 37 coal. This is definitely the way to go. You're right. We gotta find more rocks. Actually, this one rock alone is already a big jump forward. Pick this up. Take this. I'll put that there. I don't think we need copper yet. Put this here. I'll put another. I don't have a robot to do this for me. Just a plebeian man having to do things himself. Okay, I don't think we need that many rocks at the start, so I think I'm just gonna put one miner here with, I'll have to refill the coal at some point. Okay, quick, while we're walking, put this stuff here. Steam power, excellent. Okay, so I can start working on this stuff. Okay, what do I need? I just need a lot of iron to do that. Is there another big rock somewhere? Those are actually just rocks. I feel like the sooner I get steam power, the better. So we can start using electricity instead of needing coal to move these hands. Is there... I should have maybe timed this better with the actual pumps. Where's my... Oh, this one. Where's my power one? How the heck do I use this? Is it easier to pump water up than power? It's probably easier to do... the coal's all the way over there. The coal's gonna have to go all the way around. Losing time to indecision. It's over. How do I do like a chunk? Maybe that's good enough. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be making so many of these at the start. I guess I can cancel some. There's no point in doing that. Where the heck is it?
Are these things self-sufficient? Probably not. Okay, what do I need for my power? I need you and you. And then I need pipes. And until I get coal here. Oh, I don't have the power poles yet. I guess I have to research those. Or maybe as I plant this, it'll go. Okay, you go here. You will go here eventually. I guess instead of this one, I should have put it. I guess that would have made more sense. Which one's water? What? These take so many pipes? Oh my god, I didn't even notice. I do not have enough iron here to do this. Unless I shift it over this side. I do it myself, I forgot. I've already broken the blueprint. I can put it down again, can't I? Where did it go? Oh. This feels very time inefficient. There's a hotkey to just take stuff out. I think it's control right click. I should probably be doing that. Keep up the hard work over there. What do I need to unlock the power cables? Maybe I need to just get this thing going. Do you work? No input fluid. How come? You're working. How come this doesn't go all the way? Is it because the blueprint's interrupting it? Alright, this is now working. I will make more of these as I have the time. Perhaps it should have been closer. Should do it like that. Okay. Wait. Wait, so what do I need to do now then? Where's this research? Where is the basic power? Oh, I need the electronics. Okay, okay. I gotta mine copper. I shouldn't manually do it. I should be using you. Get the copper going. I'm remembering how to play. Craft 10. Okay. Ah, hotkeys. Wait, what's the best way to left click? Right click? I need more coal. Okay, we need wires. I remember that. I think I might need... I'm gonna need more trees at some point. I'm just gonna start cutting some. Now we need to get our power out. Now we can start using electronic things. Even though it's a disaster, I am having fun with this. Quote unquote speed run. I will put this very inefficiently for now. I will not break the habit of opening those myself. What do I need? I can't do the electronic drill yet. I need to research that. I'm gonna need a lab. Okay. We use these in the meantime. Which means I probably should have made more of these to work with until then. The order I just did that in probably didn't make much sense. Do that for now. I should probably lay down the format that I wanted to use eventually. We're gonna have to cut some trees over there. I'm kind of wishing I had put the power a little lower suddenly, but I'm gonna have to cut a lot of trees manually. It's too late. All right. I can still move the power. No, I can't. It's too late. It's too late to move the power. We'll just move this. There'll be some extra belts that I shouldn't really need to do. Yeah, we'll be a little inefficient with the belts to, they're gonna have to go so far around. What if I do vertically like this? Is this dumb? This'll work. Let's go pick up our stone. Keep going. Didn't plan for needing more temporary measures. In terms of the lab setup. I have the lab setup really far down later, but I can't even do the lab setup till finish a couple more things. How much power am I producing? Enough for now. I can't even see where my own design is. What do I need? Panic. I think I need 10 of these. I should have right-clicked twice. Why did I do it this way? Okay. Oh, wait, this is for copper. Oh, shit. I have ruined the order. No, don't go here. I was incorrect. Move around. That's gonna be ugly as all heck. It's too late. It's too late. We're gonna keep. We can't afford this waste of time, guys. We're gonna just keep moving forward. My science lab. We'll manually move this later. For now, we'll have to stick stuff in to do the research like this. And then I forget what I need to research the electric drills. Hope those biters don't attack us. I don't need the steel bars yet. These will come here. I still need a lot more of these. I need to turn more iron into that. Which I also need more of these. All right, everything's gonna build slowly. What do I do in the meantime? Let's see, ammo. How far is this from me? Oh, I can't even see it because I don't have scanners. Okay, hopefully those biters don't come down here. Hopefully we don't create enough pollution right away. I'm actually not sure on the scale of it in terms of electric mines and everything. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, well, some of this other stuff. The actual electric mines, okay. Where did these go? I find it so hard to see. I didn't think about not having splitters at the start. Why can I not place this? Hello? How are we on power? Still okay. Oh, there we go. Alright, I actually don't need that right now anyways. So this will come here. This was for iron. I need the underground ones to make this work. I have no coal. Get in there. Can I display panels? Oh. Display panels could be very nice. Okay, I need coal to come in here and then split to both of these and then copper to be delivered here. It's gonna look ugly as all heck, but that's okay. It's not a permanent base. We're just here for a speed run. Did we do it? Oh, I need 250. It's 10. Oh no, I just need 25. 10 seconds for 25. I'm getting the amounts mixed in my head. Where is it? Oh, perfect. Okay. When that finishes, we'll have that studied up. Okay, you go here. You will eventually go here. I think this was for like stone bricks and coal in theory, but I actually don't think I need it for this current thing we're trying, so I'm not even going to worry about it. We're not gonna even do those. I'm gonna delete them for now, just to keep it a little cleaner. Okay, you all go in here. I wish I had more coal, but I just put it all in a furnace that can't even do anything. Oh, the time loss. It takes so long to pick everything back up. Okay. All right, so when that's done, we'll actually have the electric mines. Which means in the meantime, I need to get the belt set up for copper. I wonder how I'm doing. I haven't been paying attention to the times at all. It's probably not very good. I forgot the buildup of the actual stuff. Spot. That's probably not efficient, but it's what it is. Oh, time to add to our power. What do you need? More iron. I probably ran out of coal in that boiler, actually, rather than needing more power. Yeah. I also have to get coal to come all the way down here. Maybe I can just manually deliver it, actually. For a 90-minute speed run, I could probably just keep dropping coal in this chest here. Perhaps we do that. All right, what do I need for the electric drill? Circuits and iron. Okay. When do you start your Burrow Nix arc? I gotta have to find a reason to believe and want to do it first. I don't know. I'm still just not excited about it, I guess. I think it'll be funny, and if I ever get to see it, you know, I'm sure I'll laugh and I'll be like, this is awesome. But it doesn't, I still don't like want to do it. This is probably a waste for now. I don't need more power, and it's probably just gonna burn coal and all that. So let's not do it. Let's get the... I think I made too many furnaces. They might be used in the drills. Oh no, those are the old drills. Yeah, I don't need this many. Oh well. Okay, so... I don't... Where's all my iron? Oh, in this chest down here. Quick, run on the belts. Time save, time save. Thank you. Okay, here's my basic setup of drills. I'll even leave the coal ones up for now. I have to zoom in to see these pole placements. Is there a spot? Is this doable? All right, let's see how much power this eats up. What? How come it's not going? Oh, I'm missing a couple here. Okay, how's our power doing? We're starting to chew into it. That's okay. Good enough. Iron is a go. I actually want this to move. Okay, you know what? Whatever. We'll do it like this. I'll go this way, and then I should place these so they can start working. That was inefficient. I should have done. Should have done a little differently there. What was I gonna grab? While those are building, we place these. And then this, oh yes, connects in one go. Okay, you go here. Oh no, this is where I need the underground stuff. I don't have it yet. Is there any way I can do this without the... I need 20. Can I just make those? Kinda, but no. All right, it's fine. In the meantime, we'll just manually... We'll do it live. Just manually put them in. Go here. Oops. I never used this shortcut to like pick stuff up before. I'm not used to it. Okay. Those are collecting there. Hi Jupiter. What did I make? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think that'll be enough to make the underground logistics stuff. And then keep making those. Probably don't really need to be doing this anymore, but we'll do it a little longer till this is all... I'll pick it all up. Shall I load these manually as well? Probably not worth it. Actually, with the shortcuts, maybe it's not that bad. Okay, let's plan our research ahead. I need this underground stuff, and then the system will mostly go. Then we need some assemblers to get those working, and then I will probably need... I'll need this at some point, I bet, to speed things up. This is really useful. I have to get this one. I probably do this before this. This is a luxury, I think. I'm probably going to be able to get away without it. I don't know. I don't know the scale of this setup I have made. Maybe I can't. How are we on power? Still good. I don't know how much assemblers use. I may not actually even need to ramp up too much in that department. I should have made more grabbers first, actually. This can't even do all the research quite yet anyhow. With more grabbers, we can do more iron faster. Okay, iron is going. Feel this one's in the wrong spot. It kind of upsets me. No, maybe I did that intentionally, because I think I had a splitter here earlier to mess with this. I'll assume I did it intentionally. Let's see if this one also has it. Oh, it does. Okay. That must have been where I had the splitter in the old, before I overrode it. Okay, and then... I need to make more of those. Not stick it in quite yet. What else? What else? I probably should have been doing more copper. Maybe the assembler is better. I actually don't even need this underground stuff quite yet. This will be for copper at some point. Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. I always forget. Or like once it's set up, now I'll remember, but until then, I was forgetting. Okay, I think the setup is mostly okay. I feel like I should be building something right now, and I'm not. Stressed in a good way. What do I need? I need you to research faster. I should build another lab and make more. We should increase lab production and build more of these so we can get the research going. And I guess we'll place the power poles while we're waiting. I should have enough wood. Are you out? Not the lab. Okay. Hopefully power is good for a little bit. Once that boiler gets going. Oh shit, I don't have any power. It's not going to put it in the boiler. Actually, I forgot last time I had a burner one as a backup to do that. Here, I have it, so why not? There you go. Hopefully the power never goes out because of that. For the next 30 minutes is all we need. What else is there? Speed up the research. I will need the blue ones. This is not maintaining the speed if we don't have... Alright, move it over a little bit. Who cares? I think in hindsight, I should have had the assemblers going a little faster. That would have been more useful to me. I have more iron than I need, really. Or, like, than I can produce without the assemblers going. Where is the assembler? Oh, it's not done. I finished the other thing. I need copper going. Do I need this? Can I see? How cooked are we? Where is it? 49 minutes and 13 seconds. That maybe seems doable. I don't know. I don't really have a good frame of reference for how we're doing. I feel like that might be okay. Where's my underground stuff? Then I need... Okay. What? Where's my splitter? Hurry up! Okay, that'll be coal, copper. All right, it's happening. It's doing it. All right, that's automated. Now we need the copper going. It's missing one, holding it back. We need more mines. Okay, these can keep running because why not? But I might as well stick them over here. Same with this thing. We should get the other one going officially. You're only gonna grab copper, right? Yeah, okay. Why not? You here and there, and how come we don't have power? Because I never put that one. Okay, it is coming together. Two more. And then we need the assemblers going. Okay. And then since I have these splitters, I guess I will use them. I forget exactly. I think my plan was because they were otherwise... Was it like this? So they could double up rather than be split apart. I don't know if that's actually necessary, but I'm doing it. We will need more of these. What am I lacking in? Circuits. What do I need? Wood. Okay, we're gonna cut some trees because we still have more power to do over here. This is a tree, I am aware. Yeah, this is a new save. I'm trying to get the 90-minute train just for fun. I wasn't feeling very motivated to start a brand new world, but I thought, you know, a little achievement could be fun, and 90 minutes seems doable in a... It's like a contained, fun experiment. It's not like another 100-hour brand new world. Okay. You, and then keep going this way. What's the next thing I need to research? Wait, I didn't even think this far. Do I want blues? I probably can't even produce them quite yet. Steel, blues are fat. Blues might be better. I was thinking blues might be optional, but I think they might actually be required. And then which one should I produce first, actually? I need these producing themselves automatically. Hi, Jupiter. I've used all my pipes. How are we doing on coal here? Keep putting stuff in here manually. I may bring stuff in if we have time. Oh, I can load this stuff in on my own, can't I? I could, but I also don't have... Oh god, I need so many. I gotta keep producing things. I'm gonna manually stick stuff in here. What do you just need? You need this stuff, and then you need that stuff. Okay, go, go, go. I can get an individual one moving right now. That's all we need. Oh shit, I'm building so many pipes. Forget the pipes. Okay, since we have the pipes. Go put them down. Okay, we'll add more later. Go, go, go. Are you making things? Why not? Because I don't have this thing in. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Okay. It's working. It's happening. We're getting there. We are manually delivering resources. Jupiter. It's okay. The door's open. You can just go in. You goofball. Actually, I don't need that one in there, do I? Oh, I have so much. Which one's missing here? This one. I am learning lessons for a future attempt if this one does not end up working out. But I think there's actually still a chance it is okay. Maybe. I don't know. It depends how quickly this final stuff comes together, which I feel like I'm being a little slow on. And so it may not come out working. Grab all this. I gotta get circuits produced automatically to make those. This is helping a lot, actually. I should have probably prioritized this stuff. No, I should do this one first. The track, the like automatic production of stuff is saving me time, and I should have done that, I think, a little sooner. We'll do that next time in the future. I gotta put stuff down here, so I gotta... and then... Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, whoa. Oh, who's that? Woods. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime sub. What a MMR advice. True, we were doing that earlier. Now we're playing Factorio. Is there any particular question you got in terms of gaining MMR? I can still answer questions is what I'm gonna say. But maybe I can't, as we are attempting this speed run, and I'm not doing so hot. Let's move our science buildings down here. I don't think I need some of those right now. I think 10 splitters is probably enough. And then I probably need... I needed a machine to build more assemblers. You stopped producing because I was manually loading this before. These will start filling themselves out. I don't even have the machines to put here. Let's get a third one in. Okay, that one is slowly building. What do I need more of? Not that one. Actually, I still need more
Yeah, I should be upping this. I need a lot more belts. Okay, how are things here? I think I had more than enough mines. I could probably cut down those and save time to get to this stuff a little faster. Power, still okay. Okay. This seems fine for now. Let's move on to trying to get this stuff working. I'm gonna manually produce some of those. Disaster! It's over! What was in here? Ah! There's probably one more power thing right there. I should just connect one belt before. Oops. What was this before? I think this was underground into turning right. Yeah, something like that. Research is happening. In the future, I might create more of those assemblers for more. Even more belts. Or I should probably just be a little bit more efficient with my belts. I forgot I was gonna have to cut all this shit down. Oh god, the run's over. This is like a full minute of cutting shit. Or a full minute, full 10 minutes. I forgot I stuck all this stuff here. I didn't think about how much time this would take to cut things away, actually. I should have really prioritized sticking the blueprints in a place that didn't need any clearing whatsoever. How cooked are we? $32 minutes? Okay, maybe. Maybe. Start researching this and then this so we can build up steel bars. I actually think there's not that much of a build-up required. Wait, isn't there like a steel tools to do this faster? Maybe that's what I need. Okay. That's fine. While we're cutting things, we can be building things up. These are just slow. Okay. Ooh, we do have the blue. I need the circuits for that. We're
probably okay. I think once we get circuit production online, we can worry a little bit more about clearing out trees. Okay, I now have far too many belts than I needed, but we'll get to eventually. What do I need? I need more. I need these. I need this assembler to start creating these grabbies. Little grabby grabs. True, now that I have more belts than I need, I could probably just move them, but at the same time, I've already cut down half this forest, maybe a little less than that. I think we're committed to just continue cutting down the rest. I need this to produce faster, so I'm actually going to create some blue things to pick up from the chest faster, because actually that is slowing us down. The furnaces can produce more if that belt, if there was more space cleared to put things down. So I think if we get the blue there, that could help with production speed, smelting speed. What am I missing? I need more inserters. We'll do one for each right now. Actually, no, I should also just like... Look at this! I should have done that one. I don't think I need to cut all of these trees. It's just the stuff with the X in it. But I can't see around the other trees that are technically not blocking, but I literally cannot see. They're blocking in that sense. I don't know where to place my own stuff. All right, I want to think this will still work. Go, go, go. We're very close on time. I don't have to build a lot of trains. I just need to build some trains. Okay, okay. Take these blue ones over here. What else do I need to do? Okay, at first I thought this would not need as many, but I guess we do. I only have one. Okay, I'll come back. What is this? I can't see. Is it here? I think so. Be gone, nature. You're in my way. Produce more of those. I'm starting to think we're gonna need more furnaces for iron, which I didn't leave a bunch of room for. I'm gonna get steel bars going. I don't think I actually need to do much with them yet right now, though. We'll come back to that. Over here. Okay, that's going. You're now going. You're going. Okay. All the logistic stuff we need is being produced except for this stuff. That'll do. Don't think I have enough science going. I'm like reaching this stuff, but I haven't even been researching the actual engine that we're going to need. Followed by the train itself. I can't in-queue this. Oh, I need logistics. Okay, let's queue that stuff up and then get to work on what in the hell did I create here? Okay, and then what's the other thing that needs to be produced here? These things, which I am still lacking. Here, here, here. I need the splitter. Here, I need long boys. What do I need for you? More iron. Iron! Which way do you go? Do you go this way? You do! Okay, one's online. We're getting there. I'm just going to assume my design works. I don't need any of that. Wait, we're out of power? Is it out of coal? I hope it's out of coal and not out
I need to expand it. I don't have any loose coal to grab, do I? Maybe I do. 3 coal. That is not going to be enough. Wait, what's happening here? It's all messy. What has happened here? How did that happen? How did coal and copper get mixed up? Maybe due to the power outage something happened? Or maybe that happened earlier and I never noticed. Okay, power is fine. What an abomination over here. What did I do? Which one was it? There we go. I play this game, kinda. All right. I think I've built almost everything I need. I think now it's a matter of, did I build this part fast enough? And I may not have. Why are you so slow? Circuits are slow. Why are circuits slow? Because I never put these here! A buffoon! Oh no. Hope it's not too late. Okay. How many steel bars we got in here? Not a lot. Okay, we may need to add more here. There is no further endpoint. That's all for the achievement. We don't need anything else. What did I just do? Is that... Oh, it is slow. I think we're not gonna make it. Was I there? No, it's further down. 16 minutes. We're gonna have to do a little manual crafting here.
Where are we slowing down? Do we not have enough? We are not producing enough iron. And I may not have given myself a bunch of space to produce more. It might be doable if I stick it in like right here. Like this. Does this fit? Just barely, but I'm gonna have to build it myself anyways. I also have to figure out how to get this all. Oh, sometimes copper... Wait, where... You're the problem. Get out of here. Alright. That's why that was messed up earlier. Zach is using his brain. Right now, it is ticking. It is going. This... I have a splitter. I need... Oh, God. I need these. This comes this way. This. Another splitter here. And then, oh shit, this will actually work. How did I do it on the other side? No. Place the actual things. I have the feeling we're not going to make it. But now I have a better idea of how much of this stuff I need, so I can expand it faster next time. And I also think I needed to get the assemblers going a little faster. What else? Assemblers faster. Oops, did I just push it over the limit? Or is it out of coal again? Coal. I need to get coal down here next time faster. Otherwise... Oh, actually I might be at the edge of power as well. What do I need for that? Iron... Hey, Sergeant Patton. Yeah, we are really slowing down here in terms of all that stuff. I think the beginning was also a little slow, as I panicked and ran side to side. This was a fun challenge, though. I enjoyed it, even though we didn't actually complete it. I think... I learned enough that I can probably do it. Maybe the next time we try. There's a lot of efficiencies that can be added in. And the research should start a little sooner. 200, geez. What's slowing me here? It is just iron production. We're just not producing enough. How much into this? We got biters. All right. Definitely cooked now. It's Jover. There's no way we could protect from biters while trying to scramble to finish this. Oh, it's not that I didn't have enough power, it's that this thing doesn't. You know, I cut down all those trees. Stick some trees in here. Go, trees, go. That's probably not as efficient. Oh, well. Try feeding coal mines into each other like a train to automate them. Interesting. I have not thought about that. It also looks like we're not actually mining enough iron. Maybe I didn't need to add more. I needed more actual iron mines going. Which means, to save my time on assembling all this, I need more production. I need more assemblers faster. Even if they're not part of the bus, I just need assemblers going to save myself crafting time, and I just manually stick the resources in. I have way too much copper for what I need. So next time we should reduce copper. Iron is way more important. I could probably just steal some of these right now, actually. More coal. More coal, less copper, a lot more iron. Stop running out of power. It's because I put wood in here. Let me stick these here. I'm glad our first attempt was on stream. I may end up trying again off stream. And if we don't get it, I'll try it on... Where is it? Try it on what's it called? Where is it? I guess it's still a chance. 7 minutes. There's a chance. If we suddenly produce all the science in the world. Yeah, I agree, Angry Healer. I think in the future... Okay, so I kind of forgot where I needed different things. So we definitely had a slower start. So just fixing that would be good. I should get these online faster and just place a couple next to the power quickly and have them produce the different things and just stick stuff in there. So for example, and like manually transfer stuff rather than have to build all of this. I thought I would give this a shot. I'm glad I tried it because we never did this before. But we don't need this many things. I think we can do a lot more manual labor for a 90-minute speed run and save time by putting things close together.
I probably need a lot more iron production, but it looks like the issue is actually the mines more than how many things I have here. The mines aren't bringing nearly enough to go through. So more iron mines. Coal looks okay, though maybe with more iron mines I might need more coal. Copper, I think next time we need like 2 copper mines, maybe 3. Because really it's just for the start, it's the copper plates for the red science, and then the wires for the circuits for everything else. But besides that, we actually don't need more. Oh, and the wire for the power poles. But besides that, I don't actually need more. Yeah, go ahead, destroy it, whatever. Actually, I meant to keep looking around to decide what else we need to change. Looking at how slow it is, probably need a lot more circuit production, which might end up using more copper too. A lot more circuit production to speed up stuff here. Though again, it looks like the issue is actually running out of the tracks more than anything, which is again back to lack of iron. And then the actual production of this plus the train wouldn't have been too bad. Although I never even made the tracks. I think I get that with the train and that would have been okay. Go away. I think hopefully we don't have to deal with biters. I think we try to finish this speed run before the biters start attacking. They only came here at the very end. Though I guess they came here as I added more mines, so maybe that's something I would have to think about. Maybe they will attack in the speed run. Okay. That was fun. Ugh. Thank you for hanging out, guys. I'm just reading chat since I was a focused gamer there. We did not make it this time though. Okay. I will be back. Thank you, Anchor Healer. Yeah, I enjoyed trying the bus. I would see myself in, I think, a more relaxed setup of the bus would be very nice to get a very large factory going. But in terms of a speed run, I probably don't need that much. So I'll make those modifications next time. I do like having the setup to know like what I need to build and stuff. That's helpful for sure. Okay, tomorrow I'm probably gonna work on a video, so there probably won't be a stream. If there is, it'll be a short variety stream. So otherwise, Friday, back to Dota. And if I didn't do this offline, then we'll give this another go at the end of the stream. All right, guys. Everyone have a good rest of your day, morning, night, wherever you are. I need to go eat. I will see you all later. Bye, everybody.